the that mom and dad, the Fed, and traditionally the Treasury, they're going to come up with some special program that's going to swap assets and not allow for mark to markets and not allow someone to take the hit. So I still believe that you got to work with this market in that the uncertainty can be exploited. It creates volatility, it creates amplitude. And when the market gives you a gift like the one it did from a massive, massive rally, I mean, this has been a huge rally from that bottom. Of course, you got to put an asterisk. This is the first time a president has deliberately done something that made a buying opportunity happen on purpose to the degree that we saw. I don't think that's ever happened. So I'm neutral to markets now on with a bias towards a negative technical bias now that we have moved as fast. FOMO is not, this is not the time to be FOMO. This is the time to actually, if you were lucky enough to actually own quality, trim some of that quality if it's overdone based on the metrics that you use.
Eladio, um, so I want to go back to your point for a sec before we get to infra, about this throwing a wrench in the big beautiful bill. So look, I just want things to be kept on people's radar screens that there is a tick, somewhat of a ticking time bomb here, right? You need to realize that. I'm not saying in any way that there is high likelihood of the bomb going off, but if we're at impasse on the big beautiful bill, the tax part of it, the expiration of the tax cuts, will become a real issue. A real issue for the United States, a real issue for our credit, a real issue around the world, vis-a-vis how folks look at the United States. I don't know how much time Trump has budgeted for playing golf this summer, but it seems to me that he's going to have to do a lot on the tariff side of the equation from here until whenever the vote is on the big beautiful bill in the Senate, to satisfy not only the fringe senators that have already been outspoken about the deficit adding nature of the bill, but even to those who did not until now raise their voices. If tariffs aren't going as planned, and two things: A, we're not getting concessions, or Trump isn't legally allowed to impose the tariffs. Oh, and by the way, the U.S. economy is getting hurt because, according, to I don't know, you'll see all sorts of estimates, but according to Reuters, right, the trade war has cost companies in the United States more than $34 billion of lost sales and higher costs. As time goes on, as the numbers get higher, as impasse continues, and we still have the expiration of the Trump tax cuts coming, this is going to become an increasingly alarming issue to people, to elected officials, and to the market. So I just want to, put a point on that. Eladio, thank you for raising it. Infra, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that when it comes to the S&P and QQQ, I think we need to start looking at it not denominated in dollars, but denominated in euros, yen, um, British pound, and I think once you start doing that, it paints a much different picture. And I would encourage everyone to go do that right now.
So you posted a lot of those charts on X, and why don't you just go ahead and, for those of us that are dumb, why don't you go ahead and highlight what that's showing you?
Yeah, so for the longest time, basically, we here in America, we ran these twin deficits, a fiscal deficit and a current account deficit, and the way that that was financed was by a capital account surplus. So foreign money was purchasing our financial assets, including treasuries, including U.S. stocks, corporate bonds, real estate, here in America. So it actually, I mean, I've been kind of talking about this theme for a while, but what triggered me to do that was on one of my recent YouTube videos. A commenter left a comment that I was talking about capital rotation, repatriation, and all the stuff that I kind of have been for a while. But he made the comment like a real world kind of example. He's like, I live in England, in the UK, and on denominated in the pound. The even though the SPY has rallied up back to its pre-liberation day level, I'm actually still down. I think he said like 2% or something. And so it kind of triggered me to actually look at the SPY or the QQQ denominated in these foreign currencies, because they have accumulated out of the tens of trillions of dollars of gross exposure. A lot of it is actually currency unhedged, because the dollar always appreciates, right? Or at least that's what the narrative was. The dollar can only go up. And so I think, from at least from what I've heard from much smarter people than me, they have said that about $9 trillion of US equity exposure is currency unhedged, meaning that if the dollar falls, if the dollar continues to kind of gradually weaken over the longer term, the S&P in dollar terms could rally, right? But if the dollar is weakening, these foreign investors that have piled into the SPY, the QQQ, the Mag 7, all these momentum factor stuff, they're down. And so I think that story isn't done by a long shot.
David, one of the things that I'm seeing right now all over is the corporate media is catching up on this narrative that China has violated their U.S. trade agreement.
How did
And
they violate it? Did anyone explicitly say how the violation?
Greer said it. Greer said explicitly that they are violating.
I'm saying
There's
how? What did
concern.
they do that violated it?
They said, I'm going to say, they said that they have not been compliant on trade. So their existing trade policy requires, based on the 90-day pause, that they don't charge the crazy tariffs they said they were going to charge, and that they pay the tariffs, that American companies pay the tariffs, and that they're not trying to get around with different loopholes. And it looks like America is starting to claim, or Greer and the president, by the way, sorry, let me just put it up there. The president, in his tweet that is shaking things, which I think you guys have already mentioned. Let me just kind of send it. And PCE is out. Too many people are tweeting and putting stuff in the nest ahead of me. Sorry, I'm trying to put it up in the nest and it's not coming up. But I said I'm looking forward to Taco Tuesday with Trump. Um, uh, two 2 weeks ago, China was in grave. You guys already went through this tweet before I jumped on, David. The one that
Yes, we
the
did.
truth. Yeah. So that Taco Tuesday. Sorry, no more taco. Tweet is
This is getting so good, by the way. It's got to carry on. There's got to be more taco, because this is it's a defining moment. I think it could be of the
Oh
presidency.
yeah. I mean, I'm serious. I actually I'm hoping. Do you know the how much I'm hoping that he caves on Tuesday so I can name it Taco Tuesday? Do you realize how much
You
I
and
want that?
everybody else, man.
I bet you he'll cave on Wednesday instead of Tuesday, so he can't. So we can't call it Taco Trump Tuesday. It's gonna be great. But my point is just that what he's saying is now being picked up. What Trump is saying uh, is that China has totally violated its agreement with U.S. and that China has gotten back to business as usual. And then Greer came out and supported it. So I think the markets are starting to act as if it's true. All right, now PCE guys, just want to be clear. The 10-year is reacting to it. So small, but still. Um, U.S. April PCE price index rose 0.1% as expected. The year over year was 2.1%, pretty much as expected. Core PCE was 1% as expected, and year over year was 2.5% as expected. So April numbers. Again, remember CPI, PPI, PCE have all come in either below expectations or within expectations for the month of April, right? for April. So that's not saying much since the consensus view, and this is the hard part. Like I've said before, this is the no matter what we do, everybody's going to shrug it off. If it's low, everyone's going to say it's as expected if it was normal. And if it's high, they'll say, holy crap, inflation's here. So no matter what the print is, the bond yields are going to go up. They're going to rise. So like that's what we're seeing is that the 10-year continues to rise. It really does not care because it's like, hey, it's not taking into account all the tariff nonsense that happened in April that didn't hit until May. That's like sort of Robert. I don't know if I'm summarizing the bond market reaction, but of
Well,
course
no,
it's up 10 basis point or 1 basis point or whatever it is.
yeah, and the 30 years up like slightly more.
Yeah.
I think that we're kind of remember. I mean, it's been a while, but remember the fiscal dominance kind of framework that a lot of people, especially in the Bitcoin world, were talking about months ago. I think that this one big beautiful bill is kind of a reminder that we might need to reinvigorate that particular framework. I think yields will be much more sensitive to fiscal spend and deficits than PCE. I mean, I think the trend is pretty clear when you look at PCE, core PCE, CPI, everything. We have this pretty strong disinflationary direction, but then you throw a one big beautiful bill on there that will take the deficit as a share of GDP to 7.5, close to 8% pro-cyclically, full employment and no congressional declaration of war. This is unprecedented levels of deficit, unprecedented levels of deficit spending,
Well,
and that is bond supply.
and remember, if this is there's a reason why. So someone asked me yesterday a very interesting question in the background and on a DM. Um, this doesn't mean everybody can just start DMing me. I do I do read them sometimes. But I was gonna say that one of the DMs that came to me was a really interesting one, which was why have they put price stability and unemployment as the two dual mandates? Are they in some way countering each other? And I said, absolutely. Because consumers, when they have jobs, they do crazy things. Like they spend more than you can ever imagine. They'll keep spending unless they're forced to stop spending. And I think that this is a part of America that most non-Americans don't understand. It's not like we are not a saving culture. So the point that is being brought up is inflation is also affected by yields, not just because of interest rates, because they don't hurt demand as much as you think they would. And so as
Well,
we
it
see,
actually stimulates. It
it
stimulates, right?
stimulates. Exactly. So it's like
Yeah, it's a
it's
trillion dollars of stimmies. A
that so
trillion dollars a year of stimmies.
so this is really important for the non-Americans to understand. We don't stop until they tell us we can't do this anymore when it comes to spending. I need people to understand this. And some people that are listening might not be acting like this. And it's good for you. And I'm happy for you and your family. But the average American will live off of credit as long as they allow them. And that is just the truth of it. And so, right now, what's going to happen is if the interest rates continue, if we continue to see high credit card rates, all of this stuff, people are just going to keep spending and spending and spending, even if prices go up because they still have a job. So, demand
Well,
destruction
Donish, it's the
doesn't happen that
yeah, but it's
quickly.
the K shape. It's the K shape
It's
thing,
the K
right?
shaped economy.
Because
Yeah.
if you make 60K a year, you don't have $1 million in a money market fund. You don't have $1 million in treasury
You have no
bonds
way to hedge
getting
it. Yeah. You have
well,
no way to hedge it.
getting the stimulus, right? The stimulus, this $1.1 trillion of stimulus that we're shipping out every single year, that's going to the wealthy, right? That net interest income, our interest expense as a country is someone else's net interest income. Well, who has enough money to be invested and saving, right? It's the top 10%.
So now taking a step back and seeing everything Trump has claimed or done, right? All of it has not worked to date, partially because it's been blocked by judiciary action. Which now again we know the appeals court came back and said, hey, we can continue this for now. So that's good, right? So that means that at least we're. My whole thing is you can't judge a person by the plans they could have had. If everybody get blocks everything, then it's like, what's the point? So at least like let him play it out and see what happens. I know some people are very much against tariffs being too much executive power, but actually that is one of the only things that the executive actually has power. And I bet you that the Supreme Court's going to come out and say it's fine because they've allowed every other president to do it. It's just like a weird situation, and I know it like upsets the Democrats, but guys, like there, it's why is it that when your person is an executive, they should have all the power, and when other people are executives, they should have no power, right? Like just because it's like not your guy. Um,
It's
it
also the other branch of government that arguably, may have the power for this. The legislature is broken. Somebody's got to do something. We can't keep
exactly.
doing nothing.
Exactly. And so like it's like but that's what people kind of want. They want to do nothing. This is the funny part. It's one side wants to do nothing on for example student loans, even though that's a ticking time bomb, it's going to cause crazy issues. The other side wants to do nothing on trade imbalance. And by the way, we should probably be attacking both things without increasing our deficit somehow, which is making other people pay for it. I have a solution, but I will keep that off of this show. So the tariff stuff is one thing. I will tell you, I cannot understand for the life of me why conservatives are not up in arms over this one big beautiful bill. And to your point, David, I think that the bill is going to be DOA when it gets to the Senate. I'm hoping, but I actually am. The problem is there's just too many entitlements for it to be DOA. I think there's just too many people making too much pork on this for it to die, and I think it probably gets through as long as the tariffs stay. Which again, if you just look at Section 301, it's like so clear that it's going to stay. And the Supreme Court is right leaning, so it's going to get passed. It's just like crazy chaos. So I think that's what the market is saying is that the tariffs stay, which is inflationary, and that the bill stays, which is what tariffs, even some people might say, well, demand destruction will be more than inflation. Fine. But again, the demand destruction has to lead to unemployment, which again we have to see how that actually happens. But the demand destruction from tariffs is everybody agrees. Even the people up here agree that the one big beautiful bill will be so stimulative and is such a bad bill from a deficit perspective that inflation will rise, which is what the bond markets are telling us. I just want like people to know what's happening in the bond market. If there's anybody here that disagrees, please let me know because Eladio, Paul, anybody, this that's what the bond markets are telling us, right, Eladio? That this bill is going to just completely annihilate any and by the way, the Republicans are admitting to it. They're saying, "Oh, we're going to grow our way out of this problem." And that's just not true. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I just posted the sovereign CDS spread, so that's the credit default swaps. So the US is trading like a triple B plus credit right now, in line with in terms of
Jesus
the
Christ.
the sovereign the amount of the actual CDS spread. So it's like in the
Oh my
50s. So
God.
that's similar to Greece and Italy, compared to, and those are two great countries. They have great food
Greece.
and culture,
Greece.
but I don't know if they have great
Credit.
uh, economies and growth prospects and credit. So that's something to kind
For
of,
for
like
context,
you,
we're worse than
that's what
China.
the market is telling
Yeah, we're
us.
worse than China. We're worse than Portugal. We're worse than Japan, who we've been talking a lot about. Paul, that's a great. I'm gonna retweet that one. That's a great chart.
Yeah, that's from Apollo. So give
I'll
Apollo
I'll,
full
I'll give
credit there. But
Paulo full credit. Eladio, go ahead.
Isn't that, guys, hold on. I think, isn't that just on the technical risk of a technical default due to the debt ceiling,
That's
that
correct.
CDS? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But it is people betting on that, but they're using correct. I mean, like that's Paul. Can you give us some insight? It's
Yeah, this it would be the CDS plus like the I guess the swap rate to get the full yield. So the swap rate would be the same for kind of everyone. It's just like the spread, it's the risk spread on top of the funding rate is kind of how I think about it. So it's if you were to take out like the financing cost to set up
Yeah,
that bet. So it gives you
infra's
the
point is that it's not simply concerned with the balance sheet problem. There's also potentially an additional risk from a technical default by hitting the debt ceiling and not being able to issue more debt.
interest.
Although infra, I'll argue against that based on our track record of raising the debt ceiling. I don't think there's that much built into the CDS price that comes from that. I think most of it is coming from the balance sheet problem. That begs the question then, if the CDS price is that high, why are our 10-year and 30-year rates so low? Right? There's an arbitrage here. There's a mismatch, it seems. But again, I haven't looked at it, you know, deeply. But that summarizes, I think, the outstanding points.
Yeah, but I think Donich was correct when he was saying the BBB fitting for the rating as well is in line that it's going to be dead on arrival in the Senate. Even the Florida senator was saying this like 2 or 3 days ago that they have a lot of feedback and it's it's not going to pass. And the Republicans definitely in the Senate definitely going to have a lot to say about it, that they're not achieving what they were supposed to, which is get the budget in line, they have to bring it down to pre-COVID levels plus whatever the kind of small annual increase would have been, and we're nowhere near that. And I think the two biggest increases that are still in the budget are education and healthcare. It's something huge. It's like that went up by like $1 trillion pre-COVID, and there was a need during COVID to have that, and now we don't have COVID in the same levels that we did, pre 2019.
Go ahead, Eladio.
yeah. There you go.
Actually, um, let me tell you, one of the things that I have noticed, and by the way, I agree completely. How many times has David said the rubber meets the road with this debt problem at some point? Well, the rubber is starting to meet the road. And we still have a party that talks a big game about not austerity, but some balance of control on spending, and it's not happening. Trump is not a fiscal conservative. He never has been. He never will be. One thing that is working interestingly enough right is the weakness of the dollar. The dollar has weakened substantially, and the dollar has actually decoupled to a degree from long term rates because long term rates have been stubbornly high, or at least stuck where they are in the range, and the dollar has come down. The trade war has been uh, successful at doing this to the dollar, which will set up beautifully, unfortunately, for all you value investors for the Mag 7 because when the dollar declines, we export technology. We have a global monopoly on technology. Okay, Europe is nowhere on the map with technology. In Japan, they're gone. So we're probably going to see another melt up when some bully pulpit, deal hits, and we're going to probably see more money rotate again to the same stocks that value investors hate, those tech names. The one thing I have to say, this China thing with the chips, NVIDIA says everything you need to know. Chips are still toast in terms of their ability to capture upside like the Mag 7 with China. They are too dependent on China.
Don, can we talk about two other stories?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I don't know. Have we beaten to death Elon Musk leaving DC for good? That's story one. Story two is there are now 500,000 more home sellers in the United States than buyers. That's according to Redfin. So it seems like we have the recipe potentially for home prices to come down. Not to say that all those sellers and buyers are in the same markets. I don't really know, but it sounds like there's a lot more on the supply side than the demand side. So story one, Musk. Do we want to go around that since he's seemingly at this point really leaving? It's over for him. He's going back. What does that mean for his companies? What does that mean for Tesla?
I think it's actually kind of interesting on the Tesla side because you have to juxtapose it with the fact that he is starting actual autonomous vehicles for the first time ever, like real ones, not FSD, which I call fake self driving. uh, Fake self driving versus actual self driving vehicles in Austin. And, he's been testing it out. And so there is some significant regulatory value to Musk being close. I mean, he's coming in, and I think him and Trump are doing a press conference today just to show that everything is okay. Um, and so Friendly Fridays and Taco Tuesdays. But he, you know, so he's having a friend come in today, and they're going to talk through it, and everything's going to be great. But I think it's incredibly bullish for XAI. I think it's incredibly bullish for Tesla from that perspective, from a regulatory perspective. I think they're going to come up with significant regulatory capture. I think Musk is going to put his thumb on the scale and change and try to change as many rules as possible so that it stifles competition, which again every single businessman who is close to a president or close to an administration does. I hope he doesn't do that. I think it's bad for the industry, but I fully expect us to be bullish for Tesla and bearish for the competitors. So that's the part of it. Yeah, as far as him wasting his time and being upset about Doge, absolutely. But now he also came out and he said, "Oh, we're just going to grow our way out of this problem." And it's like, but dude, you said the complete opposite like a few months ago. So um so I was just going to say that that's what I think is happening. I think if I was Musk, I'd be incredibly upset. But I think he's just kind of thinking about next steps now. That's my summary of what I'm seeing from Musk. But
Yeah,
other people have thoughts?
I hope he gets his mojo back. I listen. I as a public markets person, right, and as I think most people on this call are, the only way for us to really make money from him getting back to work is by investing in Tesla. Um, and the only question is whether he's still enamored by Tesla or his focus is elsewhere, or like Musk, he has more hours in the day and more than 100% of himself to devote, and he can go ahead and be in all places at all times and succeed on all levels. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh crap! I missed that there was an actual photo of Trump with a taco salad. I swear to God,
Oh, that
that would
that
have
was,
been
I
the
think that's from a
perfect.
couple of years ago. He ate it
I
on Cinco de
know.
Mayo, right?
That's right. God damn it. That would have been the perfect photo for Taco Tuesday. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm saving that one, folks, and expect Mike. Thank you for that photo. I'm gonna talk about. He said, "Let's taco about it." Nice dad joke. All right, David, keep going.
No, I think I look. I'm done with in terms of stories. I think I don't. Let me see.
Yeah. What?
The only thing is the State Department creating the Office of Remigration. But I don't think that really affects the market all that much. I'm sorry. We should talk about for a second Germany drafting a digital tax bill aimed at tech giants like Meta and Google. I don't really, I mean, I don't know if that's an EU shared sentiment, um, whether it's going to create more difficulty to achieving, tariff deals. Um, I mean, I assume it's a lot of money for the likes of Germany relative to some of those tech giants that are US based. But it just doesn't make things easier to get to a finish line. Anyone have any thoughts on that in terms of Germany singling out the tech industry? If not, Don, we could close.
No, I want to talk Bitcoin. What are you talking about?
Oh, you want to talk about JD Vance in Las Vegas? What do you want to talk? You want to talk about
Yeah,
the
the
price
fact that
being
JD Vance
lower?
owns a lot of Bitcoin. And then I want Anas to tell us about oil and gas. It's Friday.
Okay, and Patrick hasn't had a chance to talk about charts. I'm sorry, I
All
closed
right.
too early. I don't know what I'm thinking.
It's okay. Anas, why don't you go first before we start talking crypto and the whole thing goes off the rails?
Good morning, everyone. David, you want to talk about the news that you mentioned me on Twitter?
Yes, please go ahead
Go ahead.
and just
Ask
summarize the
it, please, so
story
everyone
and
knows.
go ahead.
There is a piece of news that's been quoted by a well-known group about the group of eight meeting tomorrow, possibly increasing production above the 411 thousand barrels a day that is expected. And they showed a chart with a sharp decrease in oil prices. So let me show you what the right now oil prices are down 74 cents. So Brent is a 62.61. But let me remind you of the fact that prices went up on the news that tariffs are blocked by the court, and now went back down when the court reinstated the tariffs. The impact of OPEC Plus or the Group of Eight is limited. Let me just remind you that we do have OPEC, we have OPEC Plus, and then the Group of Eight. OPEC Plus met yesterday and done nothing. Basically, it was a completely irrelevant meeting. But tomorrow, Saturday, the meeting for the Group of Eight to decide production in July. The expectation that they will increase production.
Print out this live stream of the market open. So we had some PCE data come out in the morning. That data came in line with expectations. So realistically, yields slightly popped a bit, but nothing crazy here in the market session. The S&P 500 is currently trading down along with all of the other major indices. You can clearly see a pre-market high level at 590 and change, pre-market low around 585. So a $5 range today to trade against. Obviously, if you breach the pre-market low, big push, price action goes lower. You breach the pre-market high and consolidate above it, price action will likely go higher. Keeping it simple. So let's jump into a few things here. Just going to flip back to the regular trading hours. What I'm watching here on SPY is the fact that we've breached this trend line channel here in the pre-market. Currently retesting that pivot low from yesterday. Can see there is some support here. Pre-market low did breach that area. If you lose this major pivot low, you're likely going to stay along this next upsloping trend line, connecting these pivots. And then if you lose that trend line, realistically, that opens us up into a flush into gap fill. I don't think that would happen today, but stranger things, maybe next week. I'm giving the market still the benefit of the doubt. I think this dip probably is going to get a little bought up a little bit. We do have PMI data. What I want to bring to your attention here, if we look at the economic calendar today, we have Chicago PMI coming out at 945. So PMI is potentially a market moving data set that can create a little bit of volatility. So I want to show you what happened last time with the PMI data. So the last time we had the PMI data was April 30th. So if we flip back to April 30th on SPY, take a look what happened at April 30th. Let me just scroll back here, get my bearings. So you can see April 30th on SPY, when that PMI data came out, we were gapping down in the morning, making a pretty substantial low, very similar to what we were potentially going to be doing today. And then look what happened. 9:45 hit, that PMI data came in actually hotter than expected, and the market ended up just ripping all day long. Now, this is a Wednesday, today's a Friday, but just be mindful that PMI data can change the market look. Just like it did on April 30th, we gapped down, pretty decent sized gap down, and the markets ended up having a terrific rally throughout the rest of the day. It turned out to be a bullish trend day, closing here around 554. So notice how we had a low of around 541, spike high to 556. So it's a 15-point rally on SPY on the back of PMI data that day. We also have some GDP numbers that will be coming out a little bit later after the market open. We have some Michigan 5-year inflation expectations. So we'll just have to wait and see what's going to spike this market lower or higher. All right, let's move on to the yields. So the S&P, I've given you the support levels already. Let's just look at the dollar. So the US dollar right now is trying to firm up. On the daily chart, you can see we're still trading under sub $100. Investors should like that in the near term. Gold right now is taking a little bit of a hit, but still consolidating above that key 32.83. It's still fairly strong and looking bullish. Obviously, we all know it's very extended, but it's in a raging bull market. Yields right now are fading slightly off of their high spike. You can clearly see the US 10-year yield is right at the lower boundary wedge pattern here. So any day now, we're going to have a breakdown of these yields. We're trading below that failed breakout zone. We should see lower price to come. WTI crude, that's just trading flat. It does look like WTI crude is forming a bit of a bull flag pattern here. I think crude is probably going to retest $66, and then that is a very big resistance level in the near term to see if we can build a base to move higher. And again, $66 is my short-term target on crude oil. All right, let's quickly look at natural gas today. Natural gas trading down slightly, down 0.5%. It does appear that nat gas is trying to put in a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders, but I remain skeptical of that inverse head and shoulders. I think that nat gas is probably heading lower. Today on the hourly chart of nat gas, if nat gas can start to break above this key zone here, you can see we have a potential little inverse on the hourly chart. If you can get above this neckline, call it 356, 357, it would set up a potential long trade. If you get rejected there, it's technically a short zone to go low. So you have a clear resistance trend line. Price action below that is bearish. Price action above that is a little bit more bullish. Look at Bitcoin, and then we'll go over some of the trade setups that we're actually looking at taking. Not much today, but we'll let the market do its thing and see what wants to transpire. So Bitcoin trading at 105.86. Bitcoin right now has putting that inside bar bear flag from all-time high price, bounced, lower high, boom, breaking down. It does look like it needs to form a bit of consolidation at this 105 area, potentially another bear flag to go lower. I think Bitcoin is still a little extended here. I would be much more comfortable entering a long position at 95,000. If BTC were to sell off today, you could probably scalp it long. There might be a long setup around. Let me just isolate the level I'm looking at. We could probably scalp BTC long around the 102, piercing 102 level, just for a quick long scalp if it were to flush today. Where to short BTC, if it were to make a little bit of a move higher, keep in mind that this is still in a very strong uptrend, so you want to keep a tight stop loss around 107,640. So really no trade there for Bitcoin in my opinion. It's just going to be chopping people up and out. All right, so Dell did report earnings. That's gapping down. So Dell's gapping down slightly. Let's look at Marvell. Marvell gapping down slightly. Really no trade there. Let's look at Costco. Costco also gapping down. So this is an interesting one. Potentially losing that $1,000 mark, trading at 996. If Costco were to flush into 975, potential little long scalp, I think that we could short Costco today. If Costco retests the $1,000 level, I think it is a short intraday. All right, I think there's earnings from Gap as well. Yeah, Gap gapping down. Big gap on Gap. So let me just work on Gap here. There might be a day trade long on Gap. Any sort of a bounce on this name can probably be shorted, but we'll see if we can do a long scalp off of this ticker. So Gap is breaching the 382 Fibonacci extension. Sorry, 382 Fibonacci retrace from its April 4th low pivot to its recent high pivot. So the next Fibonacci support level is around 2316. And the question is that enough? Then you have a gap fill around 2269. That would be a better level, 2269 for a long scalp. That would pierce the Fibonacci 50% retrace zone. Let me see if there's any additional confluencing factors. So we'll keep gap on the radar for a long scalp. That level is semi-decent. In terms of a potential swing trade on that name, it has broken out. Let it retest the breakout trend line, which probably puts it around that 22.50, maybe $22 off of a piece. Energy stocks a little bit weak today. Let's look at financials. XLF still a little bit weak as well. Retail. Retail stocks are actually green on the session. Very interesting. GME slightly down. KLRE slightly negative. So staples are probably going to be weak today because of Costco. Down the session. QQQ slightly weak as well. So the keys are the strongest industry right now. IWM the weakest. Realistically, we're still stuck in a very, very tight range for the major market indices. Just chopping people up. All mega caps right now, except for Microsoft, are negative. So all mega caps are negative except for Microsoft. So showing a little bit of relative strength. It's actually green right now. Microsoft up slightly. Tesla also under a little bit of pressure right now, down by about $4. going to be very important not to jump into anything too soon. The market makers probably want to chop people up now. Some weekly options are expiring today, so it's going to be pretty important. But that PMI data can move markets, just like it did on April 30th. It created a nice little trend day. We're actually setting up for that very same potential. So SPY, that 382 Fibonacci retrace from your low pivot from last Friday, May 23rd, that is what we tested yesterday and bounced pretty sharply off of that 586.57 level. So you have some minor support there today, 586.57-ish. But the bigger level would be the next big retrace around 584.50 to go long. But I still think that this market has a strong chance of getting bought up today. Let me know if you guys see any other trade setups. We can take a quick peek, see if our level's confluence, but it seems pretty slow today. Unity Software is up with 4% or so. So that one is trying to break its high pivot from the other day. Yeah, Unity Software does look like it's going to try to test that gap fill around 25.39, but I don't like chasing the gap up. I'd wait for some sort of a pullback potential. Today, China equities are under pressure as well. Our Yang swing trade is getting a little bit of a bid, up about 4%, making a new daily high. And that comes on the back of Trump confirming today that China are violating the terms of the agreement. Paul's looking at OKLO and IONQ, both below 30 RSI and ROA. So the daily chart of OKLO is extremely powerful. It is back testing a previous little breakdown zone here from February. You are retracing this very bullish daily chart candle. Just put my volume on. Yesterday's volume showed around 21.2 million. Let's take a look at the hourly. Do the 4 hour first. Yeah, there's a 236 Fibonacci retrace at 48.23. And that's the extended hours. Let's see. So it is defending the first Fibonacci level at in the pre-market here. That's potential long setup there. Paul, I'd consider it just to see how the markets react though. IOMQ. It's also gapping down. I have a parallel channel on IOMQ. Let me just isolate the target. Yeah, we're actually breaching right now. Yeah, I think you only really would try something around 37 bucks. What levels are you looking at, Paul? You can see that coming. Pretty interesting. Costco and NVIDIA. Yeah, Costco I already discussed a little bit earlier, but I think Costco ends up being a short today. I mean, it's sort of a pop. It is gapping down slightly. It was down a little bit more in the pre-market, but it is recovering $1,000 levels. I think we have a first short resistance level around 1,003. XYZ. XYZ gapping down a little bit. This is a name that has broken out in the daily chart, just looking to consolidate that recent gap up. Obviously, the market has been a little bit fragile and weak in recent trading sessions, so this one's just been backing and filling its chart. But I still like XYZ. You know, as long as we remain above that 59.82 zone now, and we don't lose that gap up, I still remain very bullish on XYZ. XYZ is into really its first little resistance zone, or sorry, support zone. So 61.38 could technically be bought 61.35 in around that zone. We have that bull flag forming. So if you want to try scalping XYZ long, as long as the market doesn't dump out, this name should defend that lower boundary support zone. NVIDIA, take a peek at NVIDIA. Yeah, that's gapping down. You know what? We might take a long on NVIDIA. There might be a little bit of a long setup here on NVIDIA. I'll keep that one open. Good, so during a small little gap down, typically these gap downs do get bought. I think that there's a strong chance of that today.
And as the day progresses, and kind of like how the price action kind of guides me to the type of contract play I need to. Like if it just looks like it's slow, then yeah, I'll be
So
trading like
there's
Monday
3 minutes till
contracts.
we open
So
here.
just like I'll see some impulse moves, and I'll be in
I'm gonna keep a
zeros.
couple charts open. I'm
It's just
watching
kind of
SPY
how I
and
trade any day,
NVIDIA.
every day.
Yeah, this whole week I
NVIDIA
kind of
did back
added
test
to my Walmart short, but I have a bunch
137.16.
in
I would
July,
consider
but
a long
anything in
scalp.
June, I'm like,
XYZ
I'm probably gonna
block
like
is did
not do
back
anything
test
today, but I might roll
61.26.
that
I'd consider
all
a
my
long as
June into
well.
July.
So I'm actually looking to potentially buy
So
this dip
that's kind of like
off
where
of
I've
the
been all
scalps.
week.
So let's see how things progress.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, morning.
So I messed up yesterday, but I think it's going to play in my favor. I had not
Microsoft
accidentally,
is
I
actually
shorted
very
Marvell, but
bullish.
I did
It's
not realize there was
pushing
earnings
higher in
last
the
night.
pre-market here.
Ah, shit, that's gonna work in your favor.
Yeah, I know. I was lucky this morning.
Yeah,
Yeah, either one could work
I
for
was lucky. Well, it
The
was coming
best
up pretty
yeah,
mistake
good.
you
Marvell.
ever made.
NVIDIA
Go ahead.
calls or shares, but
Yeah,
at
no, no.
this
Oh, I
point,
thought you had
I
more
would
to add to that.
probably
No, Marvell was definitely what was never an earnings play to me.
I'd probably stick to
Uh,
financials.
it was always just like a play lead up to earnings because
But if
you
you
just
want to
kind
do
of never
NVIDIA
know,
calls,
especially
give
after what
yourself
happened
about
with Nvidia.
2 weeks
Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
and just
still safe
understand that
playing
those
any
will be
any
volatile.
semiconductor earning or
No,
any
that's
semiconductor related earnings just based on that alone.
yep.
Shit, that was insane.
I saw some weakness there, so I was like, oh, I'll get some. Mind you, I got the puts till the June 20th, so
Yeah.
I won't be IV crushed. But well, it seems like it's going to be my favor either way. But
So
All right, so markets are
to
actually
me,
getting a buy the
Marvell was
dip
the play a
program.
month ago on the run up. Like,
Pretty
and
big
I
buy the
called
dip.
that out. So like yeah, this is a double bottom on Marvell. This is a good time. Marvell has the earnings a month out. You can get in now. I guaranteed it would go to like
Remember, we
75.
do have that
Never did
PMI
end up
data.
that high, but it was a good ride running at 60. And after that, I was just done. Let it
Kev,
do it.
excuse me 1 second. Just because we're opening in 40 seconds, 30 seconds, you do have data at 9:45. I think it's Michigan and stuff like that. 9:45, Chicago PMI,
Let's
Michigan
get ready
consumer
for the open.
sentiment at 10 o'clock, and Michigan 5-year inflation at
So I'm
10
looking at some
o'clock.
longs.
You have Michigan shit at 10 o'clock, and then you do have
SPY right now is holding inside of its bullish channel, holding
GDP
support,
at
technical
11:30.
support.
Yeah, that's not going to be on the calendar, but you do have data after open. Just be aware of that, everybody. Good luck.
Yeah, so we scalped
Potential 5-minute inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA. It hasn't triggered yet.
forex trades at all.
Hasn't triggered yet. I'm looking at retesting a pierce of the low of days. If we can liquidity sweep that low of day on NVIDIA, you can call it around 137.22, I'd go long.
Yeah, I got alert. The VIX is up 5% this morning.
SPY's coming under pressure here.
Joby is looking a little strong this morning.
NVIDIA is still holding slightly green, about to go negative.
Start legging into QQQ 515 puts, 0 DTEs.
Still no trade for me. Again, I have XYZ on watch, 61.28. I like it for a long scalp. 61.28. AI seeing some bullish strength. Netflix is strong. NVIDIA is pushing here, trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders.
560 put SPY for 620.
Dell had earnings this morning and seems to be pumping. And they had a miss, so they must have said something in guidance.
SPY's still trying to breach that upsloping trend line of support, but it's maintaining yesterday's low pivots for the time being. Bitcoin slightly red. IWM is selling off, down 0.85%.
Dale, what is it doing? Tanking, ripping? That's the way
Ripping.
that you were saying it.
Ripping. Sorry.
SPY heading for another low of day. Dell Technologies is ripping.
Ripping on an
Look at
earnings.
Costco. Costco's made a bullish recovery. All right, I'm going to take a stab at Costco here for a short.
Oh, then that has to be a fade then.
Just got filled at 1,013.
Man, it's butted up against trendline resistance on the daily, man. I don't know. Let's see, first sign of week without fade this thing. Anybody chasing it?
Semis.
So I'm short Costco.
Semis are looking pretty weak. MU's down. I'm not gonna read them all.
There's a 1/3 position.
Is weak. Nuclears.
My next add on Costco will be around 1,019 bucks. Costco's making a bullish recovery to the upside. NVIDIA coming lower. All right, I just got filled at $1,019.40. It's the second entry short on Costco. Final entry on Costco short will be around $1,024.65. That would be a full position short. NVIDIA never ever broke out. SPY is still struggling. XYZ is into a little bit of an area here of support. Take a long scalp here on XYZ. 61.36 on long, 61.36 starter position. So we have one short, one long. 61.36 on long. I'll only add one more time to this position around $60.95. Buy is into some minor support, but it looks like it wants to break it. So I'm long block, 61.36 is a half position. Costco is coming up into my final short zone. This is a powerhouse. It's recovering, making a bullish reversal. We just got filled there with $1,025 on Costco. $1,025. I'm in a full position right now. All the markets are continuing to be under pressure. Oakland running off without you. Yeah, we discussed that one. Oof, look at that bounce. Wow. Yep, it took off. Certainly took off. All right, XYZ is trying to hold support here. XYZ, Costco's ripping in my face. It's okay though. SPY is being defended, so calls here are probably at a decent risk reward ratio with a stop at the low of day. We'll see if they want to push. All right, so XYZ is still firming up. Green block square trade, we're red on our Costco. Apple testing yesterday's low. Mike still has test. Thanks, Anonymous. Yeah, this YouTube stream, I'm just streaming with my computer mic. I haven't set up my streaming mic yet. But I'll have it in by Monday. Going to my other house today to grab it. All right, PMI coming out in 5 minutes. Remember, PMI on last month on April 30th, we had this massive gap down in the market, and it ended up being a very strong bullish reversal day back to the highs. XYZ still performing well. Lower boundary support is holding. How's uranium doing today? It's okay. Let's look at oil real quick. Oil's trying to bounce, but looking sort of weak. Come on, block. Push it. Block looks like it probably wants to head for its gap fill. SPY again still struggling. NVIDIA down 1%. You're still seeing a lot of selling in this market. XYZ long is working out. Costco not so much. SPY catching a little bit of a buyer's bid here. Google's struggling. Yields are still slightly green. Bitcoin holding green. Semis are under pressure today. Marvell now down 7% on the session. Very, very weak there. I have a long level on Marvell, ticker MRVL. If we flush into 5680, so it's still quite a ways away. XYZ is bouncing tremendously here, so our long on XYZ is working out phenomenally well. Costco is still ripping our face off. My average on Costco is around 1,019.40. Gold and silver under pressure this morning. Yields are still pretty flat. Let's see if PMI data changes things. All mega caps red except for Microsoft. A lot of selling under the hood of the market today. PMI data in roughly 1 minute. Going into this, the Russell down 0.93%, SPY down 0.4, QQQ down 0.47, relative strength in SPY compared to Qs. Whoops. PMI data in 3, 2, 1. See what happens here. Any dip to pre-market low, I'd consider buying on SPY. Yield softened a touch off that PMI data. So typically bad numbers are good for the market. SPY is catching a nice bid. Look at that. So just like we saw on April 30th, SPY is trying to rally. I'm going to take some 590 calls on SPY. I'll let you know when I take them. Take some SPY 590 calls. Size for loss, they are 0 DTEs. Stop loss, probably going to be the low of day. We are coming lower here. So I'm still long XYZ, short Costco, and long SPY call options. 590 calls, let's go. See if we can hold this low of day. If we stop out at this low of day, that'll be okay on SPY. XYZ is pumping, guys. That one went off 37 cents. Everything's still red across the board. Market really hasn't been going anywhere, but XYZ is looking like it's now into its gap window here. Looking like it's wanting to press green. XYZ. SPY heading lower. I just added on that dip to my calls. I just added on my dip to that calls. Super aggressive. Got filled at around 85 cents. Yields are still semi-flat. VIX is elevated slightly. Let's see if they want to crush this VIX at all on Friday. There's a new closing low on SPY. Some decent volume there. Markets are under significant pressure here. SPY is continuing to drip below 587, testing that major pivot from yesterday where we saw a reversal, approaching pre-market low around 585.60. A lot of red on the screen. Yields are backing off here a little bit. They're starting to go red across the board. Looking to take my final entry on SPY here. 590 calls. My final entry. Alright, I just took my final entry there, 64 cents. I'm down on these 590 calls. My average is 80 cents on these 590 calls. We're at a pretty important level here. If we break this 586.10 pivot, 586.11 from yesterday, then it looks like we're heading to about 580.450. We'll see if they want to defend it here. Gold now down 1%. XYZ still holding steady. Still long that name. Costco, I'm still short. Average 1,019.40 down on that trade. A little bit of a buyer's bid coming into the SPY. Nice little wick here on SPY. They are defending that zone. Couple names that are showing some really decent relative strength. Netflix, AI. Sorry, AI is not GME, UNH. Interesting to see GME showing some strength here. All right, I'm long GME as well. 30.15, just common shares. 30.15, common shares. My stop loss on GME will be 29.90. 29.90. Still seeing a bit of a retrace of that 5-minute bottoming tail on SPY. Back testing at least 50% here. GME under a little bit of pressure. Still up about 1.45%. SPY's trying to push back up here. We're still long XYZ. Let's try to make another push higher. Long SPY 590 calls. Down slightly on those positions. Come on, push up SPY. Let's get going. He's still trying to push up, trading at 587.38. We have a lot of sell side pressure coming into gold as well. That's now down 1.16%. Natural gas selling, gold selling, WTI crude selling. So you have a lot of sell side pressure in commodities. Typically, when commodities are selling like that, you should get some money flow back into equities, stocks. SPY is trying to catch a small bid here. SPY is trying to push up. We're almost basically back to break even on our SPY 590 calls. MAG just sitting at 82 cents. Still a long ways away there. Seems there's a lot of defensive names, held some healthcare stocks catching bids. Humana, UNH. UNH is squeezing. SPY coming right back down. Still a reversal there in SPY, trying to get bought right back up. Getting pretty wicky down here, which is showing a lot of buying support off that PMI data. Big spike up in SPY here. Nice move higher. Nice move on SPY, guys. Really strong move. We're now green on our calls. They're now green on our calls. Still holding long GME, long SPY, long XYZ, short Costco. So look at SPY pushing now, guys. I'm expecting a minimum back test of 588.81. Again, we're long the 590 0 DTEs. We're up now quite sharply. Everything's pushing here, guys. Everything is pushing. If you want to take a trim on your 590 calls, I don't blame you, but I'm going to let them ride a little bit more. Block is still trying to push for another new high of day. That one's nice and firm. Look at GME starting to turn around and rip now. Come on, GME, break that bull flag. Push for a new high. GME could be setting up a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute. Think these markets are likely going to go green. Had a major softening in yields again. NVDA still struggling. The next dip, I think, on NVIDIA can be bought. The next dip low on NVIDIA can be bought, I think. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen across the board, guys. Come on, SPY, keep pressing. Keep pressing. It's now only down 0.3%. We're starting to rip, guys. These calls should get us in the money. Telling you, we're making a bullish reversal back to the high side. Here we go. We're up nicely on these 590 0 DTEs. We're testing resistance right now. Still expecting further upside. Still waiting on GME, XYZ. Costco's a little bit of a strong horse. That one's a tough name. but SPY is ripping face. XYZ is about to make a new high a day. Look at that SPY rip. Nice jump on our calls there. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Bull's probably due for a rip here. Any sort of a pullback into these mega cap tech names today and short dated calls can be bought. I think the markets are probably going to trend here. Trend a little bit higher. A lot of liquidity is coming out of gold and risk assets, and I think it'll flow back into the equities and major indices. I'm looking at three other positions: NVIDIA, SNPS, and Apple. I'm looking at entering with some longs in those names. Keep ripping, SPY. Keep ripping. The VIX is getting crushed here. The VIX is getting absolutely demolished. Alright guys, I'm taking a long on ticker path. PATH common shares 1330 entry. 1330 entry long on PATH. 1330. My stop loss is going to be the low of day around 1313. I want a 3-minute close below. Not a 1-minute wick, a 3-minute close below. Buy still trading into resistance here. Buy still trying to push higher here, guys. So we have now a few longs on the table. Long XYZ, long GME, long SPY calls, long ticker path, and we're short Costco. Come on, let's get these SPY 590 calls in the money. We're up quite sharply on it. SPY still continuing to push. GME is trying to break a nice little bull flag on the 5-minute. A lot of little accumulation patterns showing in this market. Come on, SPY, keep pushing. Keep pushing. SPY's trying to get through this resistance. Ticker XYZ still trying to fight resistance. Palantir's up 2.26%. That one's going to probably rip to a new high of day. PLTR. Very strong. Very, very strong. Tesla's trying to rip. SPY still battling this resistance zone. Our calls them out at $1.16 and climbing. Come on. Here we go. XYZ breaking new high of day. Ticker block. Breaking new high of day, guys. Amazing reversal to the upside in a lot of these equities. Amazing reversal. SPY still can do it. SPY's trying to get back to that pre-market high. What we could see here is SPY filling its gap, testing pre-market high around that 590.12. Selling off, dipping a little bit around pre-market high, then pushing through pre-market high, and then I want to see a break in base on pre-market high to trend higher. Today's Friday. People like to close their shorts on Fridays, as it costs money to hold short equities over the weekend. They love to crush the VIX on Fridays. And that gold signal, gold dumping today, is telling us that people are not as fearful. It's an amazing surge in SPY right there. That's what I love to see. Amazing, amazing price action here. SPY has a little bit of resistance here. I want these calls in the money. Might be being greedy, but I want these calls in the money. Let's get these profits on a Friday. Close everyone's weekend well. Let's go. This market could absolutely fly today. We make a bullish recovery and, whew, man, these markets could fly. GME still needs to break out. Ticker PATH is ripping, guys. PATH is ripping for us. Here we go. Trim level 1 on PATH, 1356. 1356 is trim level 1. XYZ still needs to get positive. GME is still trying to break above. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep building your base. Make a bullish reversal. A lot more green starting to appear on the screen. Again, profit taking off of that high volume surge is probably wise. If you're wanting to trim into this area of resistance, it's not a bad decision. But I think we're going higher. I think we're still going higher, guys. I want that pre-market high. Ticker path. We're green on that trade. The only trade that's not cooperating is freaking Costco. How's Nvidia chart looking? Has that made a bullish reversal? Yeah, Nvidia is starting to get going. Apple, Apple is trying to break out of a flag pattern. Microsoft seeing a little bit of selling here. That's okay though. How's your Oklo doing, Paul? Let's see. OKLO? Oh, look at that friggin' beast. Wow, that one's gonna break out to a new high of day as well. Monsters across the board. Monsters. Nvidia's still down 1.5%. You can imagine how much this market will rally today if Nvidia goes green. Oh man, I think there's gonna be a huge trend to the upside today. SPY, come on, SPY. Take us to the green promised land. Sell side pressure coming into equities. Look at GME go, guys. Boom! Take out. Let's go. Amazing. GME is starting to fly, guys. It's amazing. Amazing breakout on GME. Come on, SPY. Keep it going. SPY still trying to push for another high. GME squeezing here, guys. GME is starting to squeeze. Oh, yeah. Look at this powerhouse. SPY's taking a little bit of a breather. That's okay. Everything's taking a bit of a breather here. A lot more green on the screen from where we just were. A lot more green. SPY's gonna go higher. Be careful if you're trying to short this. This is gonna be, I think, a trendy day to the upside. Still a lot of red in the sea out there, and I think a lot of these names are going to turn green to take us higher. This is why we're positioned long. We're up tremendously on our SPY calls. Look at SPY going for another high of day. I'm writing 0 DTE 590 calls, average 82 cents. I'm almost up 100% on these calls. Come on. We're long XYZ off of the 6136 zone. We're long GME off of 3015. We're trading ticker path. We're long and that one had a little bit of a breakout. We're down slightly by about 1 penny on that name. Costco is a bad short on my part, but we've got four massive long ones here. Our SPY coming in from a little bit of a high pivot. It's breaking basing above yesterday's inverse head and shoulders neckline. So SPY is breaking basing above the inverse head and shoulders neckline from yesterday, where we saw rejection into the end of the day. This is going to be a launch pad. If SPY can consolidate here for a few minutes, we're going to launch right into that pre-market high, fill that gap. And I think we'll liquidity sweep that high from yesterday. Paul's probably got it up on his screen, but that 590.66 pivot on SPY, let me get the exact 590.67. I think the market makers are going to liquidity sweep that. That was your closing 10-minute candle from yesterday. We're going to sweep that liquidity ferociously. There's going to be a lot of shorts there that get stopped out. That's where I'm going to look to trim some of my positions. It is a potential short opportunity as well once we sweep that high, but I still think we're going to go even higher than that. Come on, get me to a buck 64 on these calls. I want a buck 64. We're now approaching 10:30 time frame. SPY's backing and filling along that area. Yeah, we need to get over that VWAP for sure. XYZ coming in. Waiting for the next big move in the market. It should happen here fairly quickly. We still haven't had really any participation from Nvidia. That's still weak on the session, which is why I think these markets can absolutely rip today, because once you get Nvidia firming up, you could still have Apple go for that high of day. Microsoft still looks like it wants to trend high of day. Google looking a little bit weaker, but that's okay. Tesla's trying to surge higher here. GME is going. I still think GME is going to hit around 30.93. 30.93 is my upside target. We are green on that trade. 30.93. We are green on our SPY calls. We're down slightly on a Costco short. We're up nicely on ticker XYZ, but I'm looking for these names to go green across the board. I want these S&P charts to fill that gap, touch that pre-market high, sweep that liquidity high from yesterday's close. I want that high liquidity sweep. S&P. It's trying to see some sellers off of this zone, but it's light volume. It's very minimal volume. There's not too much selling going on up here. Very minimal. Very minimal. They're going to push this. So whenever you see a big resistance zone, you want to see that volume surge, right? We're not seeing that right now. It's still fairly light volume. This is why I think we're going to go higher here. Come on. Keep pushing, SPY. You know you want to. Sweep that high on SPY. Let's see that high sweep. Come on. Ticker path is starting to uptick again. We're up about 11 cents there. Come on. Keep going. GME still trying to hold some bullish structure. Come on, SPY. SPY is pushing here, guys. SPY is pushing. Take us to the promised land. Our 590 calls are absolutely money. Come on, keep going. You know you got more. Starting to get some participation in other semiconductors. Here we go. New high of day SPY. New high of day SPY. Boom. Microsoft starting to firm up. IWM is starting to firm up. We are seeing some strength creeping back into the equity markets. Come on, keep going. GME is still trying to firm up. I have not taken profits yet on my SPY calls. I'm still waiting. Creating a little bit of a potential bull flag here for SPY. The big test, the bears want to defend this zone because it could technically be a lower high. We've created a lower low. Bitcoin's still struggling. Nvidia, Tesla's ripping here. Meta's green. Microsoft green. So now you need some more broad participation from Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Google. Semiconductor ETFs still lagging down 1.37%. Again, I'm stressing, imagine how high we can go today if those sectors turn green on the session. Come on, get these calls in the money. All right, we're getting close here, guys. We're getting close to another face ripper. We're gonna make a high volume surge here. Come on. Here it is. Here it comes. Beautiful little break up out of this flag pattern. Come on. Give us a continuation. Give us a continuation. There she goes. Come on. Want to sweep that pre-market high and that high pivot from yesterday. We're going to do that liquidity sweep. All right, so the plan for me is to trim likely half of my calls, my 0DT 590 calls. When we breach that pre-market high, depending on how quickly we get into that pre-market high or that high pivot liquidity sweep around 590.66, I'm looking for us to pierce that high. I'm looking to sell into that strength. And then I'm going to consider taking a potential short on the market once we sweep that liquidity high. But keep in mind, we could push all the way up to 591.66, which is around yesterday's pre-market high. Nvidia is still trying to climb. See how Apple's doing. Apple's still trying to put in a bull flag pattern. Microsoft, that's starting to come down, trickle down. Google under a little bit of sell. Tesla's still ripping here. Tesla's actually broken out of a key area and looking to trend higher. IWM, oof, look at the rip on IWM, guys. That thing's gonna go green. You're into your gap window, testing some minor resistance here at that 205.50 level. But wow, look at that trend on IWM. That is beautiful. Come on, Spy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Spy still just hanging around here. I do think we're gonna get another push very shortly. Very shortly here. SPY taking a little bit of a dip. SPY still technically okay. We're just back testing that previous little neckline. Realistically, the line in the sand that you don't want to lose for the bulls is 588.69, but this is a back test. SPY is still okay. It's just backing and filling. This is actually very healthy. This little minimal consolidation period that is occurring is actually very, very good for SPY to push higher into this day because we had a strong V-shaped recovery. You're just digesting this gains, creating a bit of a bullish flag pattern. So that green bar, if you want to use 1 minute candles, there's two impulse green candles. The first impulse green candle, if you're an aggressive trader that likes to get out of their position early, 589.07 is your stop loss. If you want to leave it a little bit more room to run, then you got about 588.72. Like I said, I haven't even taken profits yet on my zero DTEs. I'm still riding this move higher. I think we're going to surge and sweep that liquidity high from yesterday, which is above pre-market high. $1.39 on those zero DTEs. Come on. Again, my average is 82 cents on my SPY 590 zero DTE calls. New high of day for SPY right there. New high of day. Beautiful. Come on. Give us this punch through. Give us this punch through. We're trading higher highs slowly in SPY. Our SPY 590 calls are still absolutely printing. Those are zero DTEs called out. Live here in the stream. We're still riding GME long off of 3015 level. We're riding XYZ long off of 6136. We're riding tick path long off of 1330. Costco short, that one's slightly down. Look at this new high of day for SPY. Keep surging. We're going to get that liquidity sweep very shortly here, guys. Very, very shortly. SPY's almost green, guys. SPY is almost green. These zero DTs are going to get up over 100% here. Come on. And again, my upside potential today for SPY, my max move to the upside, believe it or not, is all the way up to 594, 595. That gap fill intraday around 595 on SPY, that's my upside target for the day. Maximum extension move today. Pretty high. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get there, but it can happen. This market wants to keep pushing. Not much sellers up here. We're very close to that gap. Very close. We should hit it. We just have a little bit of an extension in IWM, which is why we're seeing some selling. Ticker U is ripping. Unity, wow, 12.6%. That's a monster today. Whoa. Come on. SPY still just backing and filling here. Still a lot of time left in the session for us to trend. We're creating a nice flagpole here and base above a key resistance. We're into that gap window on SPY. Still just backing and filling, creating a very strong bull flag pattern here, guys. Let's just measure this flag pattern. So realistically, if we break out of this flag pattern, it's giving us an upside target of about 592. It's a 1-minute flag pattern. And simultaneously, you could also be creating another inverse head and shoulders on the SPY 1-minute chart. You're developing the right shoulders. There's a lot of bullish patterns potentially developing here. You know, simply speak, if we just did a head and shoulders pattern here, let me get my drawing tool out. SPY's back testing a little bit here. So SPY is trying to break down that first 1-minute impulse candle to the upside. There, it's trying to breach it. It is breaching it. The next major one that you don't want to lose is going to be that 588.73. So a decent amount of sell side pressure coming into the tape here. This is near the line in the sand. You don't want to see SPY really lose this level here. This is where the bulls should try to defend. The bulls are so far defending it. This is kind of the line in the sand. We don't want to lose this area. kind of is the area. If you're not long SPY, this would be the area to enter for a quick scalp long. All right, I'm going to go in with an Apple 200 call. Apple 200 call. Nice bounce on Apple, guys. Really strong bounce on Apple. Beautiful. Beautiful bounce back up on SPY. Here we go. This could be now a little bit of a trend to make a new high. Football is now absolutely flying here. Come on, give us a breakout. New high of day, Apple. My Apple calls are priced at 42 cents. 42 cents, and we just took them 2 minutes ago. Still riding my SPY 590s. GME, XYZ, Costco short. Path I'm still holding as well. Down 12 cents on that. Come on. Come on, Apple still wants to press here. I'm gonna touch here. SPY seeing a little bit more selling. SPY coming right back down. Really big sell side pressure. Yeah, SPY is creating potential inverse head and shoulders here. Hasn't broken it yet. Big buy the dip there on SPY. So no breakout yet here on SPY. Definitely seeing a little bit more sellers trying to take control. Coming back into the tape here. Decent sell side pressure coming into the tape. Very wiki price action down here. Very wiki. So yields have been quietly climbing higher here. Going positive. Gold, silver still under pressure. Now gas still down by about 1.81%. IWM down by zero point 0.4. SPY down by zero point 0.2. Q's down by zero point 0.2. Markets are still off of the lows. Mega caps are under pressure today. Semiconductors are definitely showing the most amount of weakness, relative weakness. I'm still bullish SPY. I still think these markets are going to go positive. It looked to appear to be a big fumble there by the bulls to not fill the gap completely, but I'm still leaning bullish, holding on to my calls. There's still a lot of time left in this session. You often have to go through large fluctuations to get crazy amounts of gains. And when you're sized accordingly, you can sit in positions of volatility. Look at this big bounce in SPY. Really substantial bounce. Again, we're riding Apple 200 calls, 0 DTE, 590s. I want these 590s in the money. There's a whole lot of interest up there. I think even max pain level would be to still sweep that liquidity high from yesterday where we had a whole intense amount of volume. And that's an interesting way to think about the markets is max pain, right? What's where are shorts gonna close their positions and cover? Where are longs gonna get stopped out? Paul puts out a lot of nice charts there with his volume surges on a percentage basis, showing what happens when you sweep a high pivot liquidity zone. You get that surge in volume as people cover or stop out. That's where market makers love to target price. It's that max pain level, so to speak. So I still think that we really haven't achieved that today. So one could argue SPY hasn't triggered, but forming a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders, potentially a 5 minute inverse head and shoulders. I don't really see too many bearish patterns. Let's look at the SPX intraday. Hourly chart still looks okay. 15-minute chart still looks okay. A lot of volatility on the shorter time frames here, and sometimes watching those small time frame candles can cause you to get very emotional. Obviously, watching that P&L as well causes you to get very emotional. Definitely, it's a struggle right now here for the bulls on SPY. We are struggling immensely. Still seeing more selling off of this 589 zone, trying to push us under resistance for SPY. We are trying to lose a key support zone here, but it could just be a little bit of a fake out. We'll see. Just the downside is semiconductors are very weak. That is NVIDIA close to filling its gap. Did put in an hourly bottoming tail on SPY off of the open. Just simply could be doing a retrace of that hourly bottoming tail. 4-hour candle on SPY, still another 2.5 hours. So far, we got a long tail wick forming. See what happens. SPY 15-minute chart still looking okay. Volume starting to thin out here, which does favor upside in the major indices. Let's see if they want to crush the VIX now. So they've really elevated the VIX on fire. They brought it down, gave it a little bit of a bounce. The VIX is still green on the session, up 1.7%, but we'll see if they push it. Just check to see. We do have Atlanta Fed GDP at 11:30. Market volatility is definitely slowing down as of now. Tesla, Microsoft still holding strength. They are green. Yields are starting to soften up a touch again. PAN W Power Ultra has been pretty well today. W, that's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, trying to back test support. Just trying to firm up here again. Jimmy's got me out 29.90. Firm stop there. It's just like watching paint dry right now. Let's see if they give us a bit of a market move before GDP. Apple again at the high end of its consolidated range, trying to break out of a bull flag pattern. Still think Apple can hit 200 today and fill its gap.
Not a full it's not a full data set. That doesn't even get there until another couple of weeks, I think. So the first GDP print, which is called the preliminary print, I don't think is due for 2 more weeks. That is the first look at data. So this is not full data set. It's just a fast moving number that Fed publishes, right? Atlanta Fed. This one is, I think, Atlanta Fed. Yeah. So it's not based on full data, and this thing moves a lot.
And
One
just to
big data
clarify, I
point
wanted to,
change.
they're not reporting a number at 11:30, are they?
No,
Another
there
number?
is no
Okay, so
GDP
so
number
listen,
today.
listen, 1 second. I'm gonna stop everybody for a second. So let me explain something to you. Last time they did this, it was fuckery. They just did it just now. They changed the Atlanta Fed to 11 o'clock. It just came in. Atlanta Fed GDP now. It was supposed to be at 11:30. It came in at a 3.8. That is pretty fucking amazing. That just came up on my calendar. With that being said, Atlanta Fed GDP now is out at 3.8%. Fucking Wall Street engines is pretty good there. I don't know why that happened, but I do know they do fuck around with that Atlanta GDP. There's been times that it's come out, it was supposed to be on the calendar and come out, and they've moved it to different dates. But it is out currently. VIX is pushing. We also are currently seeing a pullback on the Qs, opposite of what I thought would happen with the higher GDP. So good luck. Have a good day, and monitor. I'd love to hear your explanation on it because
So
you
the
obviously
speculation with the
know
GDP
about it. Thank you.
sideways, I'm not seeing that on my news feed yet. I'm hearing it though.
So the actual GDP data is published by, Bureau of Economic Analysis. That's the Department
Yep,
of Commerce
GDP
group
data came in
that
higher than the
publishes it,
expected.
right? This is
Consensus was
not official
2.2,
GDP
actually
data. Far from
3.8.
it.
This
This
month it's
is
been
just
good.
a fast moving
Feed on
indicator
the
that
GDP.
one of the regional Fed does. That's it. This is not important. It's an indicator that things are okay today. It doesn't mean based on the full data set. They don't have
So as of today, GDP preliminary numbers is A-OK, coming in strong. We won't have the actual GDP numbers for at least 1 to 2 months. But the preliminary number is showing that everything is okay right now. And growth is still expected. Video sold off quite sharply for the last 30 minutes. It is coming up into a buying price, trying to fill that gap.
The upside or the downside, make the move, get out, and move on.
Yep. Yep, that
Yes,
works.
yeah,
That works, Joe. For that purpose, yes, it's useful. But
yes.
don't look back at this data. It's worthless after
No,
today.
yeah, because obviously, like you
So
said, a month down the line.
real quick. We finna move on. The thing we're gonna move on. All right. I talked about PDYN. Hope y'all got it when I said check this out. This thing's about to pop. It's up 10%. Anyway, let's get back to the market. We've spent enough on it. Hey, Monitive, it's nice to see you. Don't want to be rude. I had left for a minute. I come back and the conversation was going. I listened to it for a little bit. Now let's just move forward.
Palantir is ripping. It looks like it's about to break out to
Yeah,
an all-time
there
high.
was news on Palantir this morning about Trump. What did Trump did something?
RSI
Gave him some more
breaking these
contracts or some
critical
shit. I don't
levels
know.
here.
Let me look
Yeah.
for it.
He's,
Yeah,
he's
Trying
exactly.
to test it. They
Trump.
keep
Trump
getting
is Trump is using Palantir to
And Nvidia
monitor
selling off really
U.S.
sharply, which is
citizens,
why
basically. So they are going
markets
to
are
monitor all
defensive. Again,
conversation,
Nvidia is a larger
all
company,
posts, everything
so
potentially
highly encouraged to
using
watch the
Palantir
next ticker.
platform to analyze what people are saying, what people are doing, stuff
All
like that. So
manufacturing negative
Big
except for
Brother
Tesla.
stuff and Palantir. Well, it's simple. Palantir
It
is
does
the
look like
platform
they're
to
going
do
to
that
make
with.
new lows in SPY here, buy
100%.
Nvidia and take out these pivots.
I mean, they already have
And
they
this is
already have their
turning back into an
counterterrorism
interesting buying
division where they,
opportunity.
essentially they use the Palantir technology to spy abroad, right?
Pretty
Let's go
much.
break.
So this just
Let's go
opens
break
it to
this
everybody.
518.27 here, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
VIX at 1929. Let's push
that's
it.
actually where the
Let's
For
go.
we broke.
Nvidia,
Remember that level I told you, Joe? We've rejected off of it multiple times.
I'm not.
Now we're
I
head.
said to you,
Let me finish, bro.
I'm.
Let me finish, bro. We rejected off of it multiple times. It's creating an M pattern.
so
What looks
Nvidia
like.
is
So we're
doing
gonna
a
go ahead and
completely
test
sweep of
that
its
double
lows,
bottom again.
See if it's going to
Yeah, that's
hold.
my VWAP right now. We're going into test 518.28. I totally told you I'm in agreement with you that 550, that that 50 cent range and that 28 cent range. We were right there. Let's go, break it.
Let's
VIX
go.
at 1930. Oh fuck! Quick
And
pull back to
my
1924.
Nvidia puts are
But
looking
you.
nice so far.
The
All right,
QQ, those
I'm gonna
QQQ
step away for one
puts that
second. Go
I
smoke
added
a
are looking
cigarette.
good too. All right, Joe.
What'd you say, bro?
Uh, I was saying the add to those QQQ puts that I called out are pretty good right there.
Oh hell
They're
yeah.
already up. Um, I know you and I play the same
Similar to
time
my
frame on
Apple
charts,
call,
but
200
on
calls.
Warby Parker, look at the 5 minute chart. Looks like it's trying to form a handle on that cup.
Yeah, but I mean it's not looking like it's ready to bounce right yet. Right now.
Yeah, yeah, not right now.
Video defending the low of day, getting bought up. SPY getting bought up.
On the 5 minute, I want to see it
Apple
stay
still
above
just consolidating a tight
2159.
sideways
Stay
range.
above 2160.
XYZ blocks trying to push back higher.
Gets below
Costco still
2133, and I
strong.
think it's going to see a little bit more downside.
IWM still consolidating bullishly. So it's really the semiconductors struggling and putting pressure on the overall indices. Palantir still surging. 3 minute chart pullback.
But let's get that full H pattern play out on NVIDIA.
Still seeing a little bit of buy pressure at the lows here. SPY still struggling because NVIDIA is struggling.
I think Nvidia is coming to 134, bro.
Let's go. Let's get there today.
Yeah, you could probably get it today too, actually.
NVIDIA is putting a whole
Five
lot of
seventeen
pressure on this
thirty is my
market
next
today.
target to the downside. If we don't push through there, 517, 517.30. If we don't push through there, Be careful. This could be an inverse head and shoulders. That's all I'm saying. VIX just went to 1934 on a push from 1923. Just saying. Big push in the VIX.
SPY trying to break this little bit of a
And
bearish
I'm
pattern,
seeing it
bear
on
flag
multiple
pattern on the
time
1
frames.
and 3
And
minute
the
chart.
average is 17, 1730 on Qs. I want to see it smash through it. I don't see anything that's going to stop it. Well, 16, 5, 16, 19 would be where it wicked through over here on this 30, but then came back up and double bottomed. On the next 30 open. Break this 20
So
fucking.
the troublesome part is
Let's
there is a
go.
bit of a bearish pattern on NVIDIA's chart, lowercase h on the 5 minute chart. But we are starting to put in a little bit of a
49.
positive divergence on the 5
Come on,
minute
Trixie,
chart.
49. Get above
15
this
minute
Hey,
chart
49.
I just want to
suggests it could go a
say,
bit lower for
I put
NVIDIA.
a link up top for the actual account for the data. Sorry, I was on a call and I couldn't break in either, Kev. Like Monative said, there's an actual Twitter account, and I also put the link, and you can actually sign up for their
So
account
Qs are really weighing in on
calendar,
things
so
right
you can
now.
be notified for all the dates of data. So just saying,
It's
actual
all,
data.
just so you know, it's also all available for free on investment.com. That's where I get it from. And TradingView also. You can get it off of TradingView. I just don't like going into it while I'm watching charts. I'll go to investment.com. It's for free. You don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, Joe, you know what I do? I do like that RSS feed kind of thing right into my calendar
Gotcha.
from their data website, you know? So like
Understood.
I just open it and I just know if there's anything on today's calendar, that's all.
Gotcha. Nice. 1937 on the VIX. Come on, baby. We're below that 29 here. And the 12 on the 30. Let's go, baby. Come on. 1730. Come on. Break it.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low, girl.
And Kev, if you're looking at the 15, I'm just talking candles on the 15 because we're below all moving averages currently right now. If you look what I said on this 15 minute, this candle on at 8 today at 8 a.m. with that wick on it. Obviously, I'm calling that the left shoulder. That's why I'm taking the bodies of the candles there, 516.98. My head would be this. It's 945 candle. That's why I'm looking at this. This could be an M pattern. I'm hoping it is an M pattern. But if we hold and come back above this 517 here, this could be an inverse head and shoulders.
It's an M pattern, bro. I said it earlier.
I'm
We're
with
going
you.
for the.
I'm
Look
there.
at NVIDIA. NVIDIA has already completed the H.
Back above this fucking
Soul's
block.
down 0.33, Qs are down 0.33, SPY's down 0.29.
Had to step away for a bit, but it looks like Google, everything's breaking down again.
Things are really struggling right now.
Yeah, Google came down to that wick at
XOXX
169.86. He needs to
and
break
NVIDIA
that.
leaving a sell side pressure.
Should see like Google. The moving average is showing me pulling through down to the south side. Nice play there.
MP materials is up almost 6%. It's pretty much the narrative on rare earth, and the China deal is not going as planned.
So SPY just did a 50% retrace of its down move and up move today. So it's sitting on a 50% retrace. If they don't defend here, we could be flushing to 586.50 and change. NVIDIA is still trying to hold
I re-entered those
near these
Tesla
lows.
370 zeros. for round two at $27. My stop is VWAP. So there you go.
IWM still looks constructive, showing a little bit of relative strength. Is why I'm a little bit optimistic this market can still trend into the afternoon session. Volume is thinning out. I'm still in my SPY 590 calls. Could have taken roughly 80% off near
Those
the
Dell
highs,
puts are already in the money.
but I still think that we can easily sweep that liquidity high. It's just taking a little bit longer than expected. Apple trying to firm up here. Big break on XYZ.
Trim those Tesla puts for 20%.
10-year yield is still falling a little bit here, so yields are softening a touch.
I meant call, not puts.
Gap is now down 20%. Wow, you see that name. Yeah, minimal bounce on gap. That even came into its big gap fill and never really got a bounce. One more little low on gap, I would say around $21. Can take a stab at a long day trade. Unity's still
I
surging,
think
new high
Google
of
still's
day.
got
LV's
room to
trying to
go.
push higher. What is this
I think we're gonna
BLSK?
break low today.
Look at Google 4
Crazy. MBTS
hour.
struggling. Brigade, RGTI
Yeah, I think yeah.
struggling.
I just went through the 4 hour charts on all of them. Nvidia and Google look the weakest. Tesla strong. I think it was Microsoft was the other one that was strong. Let me go. Yeah, Microsoft. Meta. Apple weak. Meta is a decent on this 4 hour. Apple below 199.12 on the 4 hour. It's holding VWAP here.
Nvidia is seeing a bit of a buy program defending the lows. 5-minute chart. Look at Tesla. Tesla's had a decent sized pullback. Good risk to reward here on Tesla for a long using that little
So a
5-minute
little
low
bit of
pivot
the
on
sectors,
359.32
XLP
stop.
consumer
I'm
staples
not going
is
to take it. I'm
leading.
already positioned long enough,
Second place is utilities,
but it's an interesting
XLU,
opportunity.
and XLY is the third on the third place.
I am going to take a bit of a break here. Still watching the charts. If anything changes, I will let you know. Again, I'm still holding my SPY 590.
I don't think my Amazon's is going to play out, but Google's looking good.
XYZ long, 6136, stopped out of GME, holding Apple 200 calls. My average on SPY right now is 82 cents a contract on the 0 DTEs. So it's fluctuated up 80%, down 40. But again, I still think we're going to go positive at some point today, despite all the sell side pressure.
I'm gonna cut my Woodward calls for 620. They're up 100%. Um, those were the 210 calls
Nice.
from 555 to 1100. So
Get money.
let's go, baby.
CoreWeave is having a good day. CoreWeave is starting to look strong. I want to re-put my comments back into CoreWeave, but I'm going to wait.
Big Kev, look at your Etsy, bro. Look at this baby. It's trying.
Yeah, bro, it's right here on the on front. It's on it right here up on Front Street with the VIX, with SPX, with SPY, QQQ, Etsy, and Nvidia. Right on front. I'm looking at all of them at once.
Trying to come back to that range again, Kev. That fucking 1950, 1926, that's 50 range. Fucker, we gotta stay below 519.26 here. But VIX pulled back to 1916. So we are seeing the push. Push, push in the bush.
Yeah, that VIX is looking super bearish now. Damn, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's got to,
That could all change.
yeah, it's got to stay. It's got to, well, you got the 100 day on the 15 minute. You got the 100 day sitting at 1911. They pulled it up a couple of pennies from this morning, but it did drop below it, came back above it. That's my resistance and support level currently right now. And then that 1945 to 49, we got to get above for upside.
So Unity is at 27. Let's see how much higher than 27 it can go if it rejects 27.
Trim those Teslas 370 for 40%. Done with that trade. Round two over.
Nice. Less than a minute. European market. Oh, European market closed. 11:30.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Nvidia, man. Looking at the last two 30-minute closes, and it just don't look like it's ready to go any higher.
No. Yeah. Kev, look at the 4 hour candle on the video. It's blood deep red.
Oh, damn. Okay, so right here is actually support. So let's see if it can melt through.
Yeah, on the 4 hour, it's my 20 day moving average. It bounced off of a little bit. Yes, sir. 135.64, 65. Yeah. Mix down here at support again. 1912.
Ooh, if Nvidia loses this level, Nvidia could go to 130.
Yeah, I got
Bro,
134.36.
hold on a second. Let me see something real quick on this.
130. You got a gap here on a gap here at 130, 129.
There's a big gamma wall though at 135.
Yeah, it's not gonna get through 130. I mean, if it gets through 134.02, I have NFP levels at 134.23 and 134.02. If it loses that, then it's definitely coming to 130.
Yeah, that's even 50 day on the
So
4 hour.
sounds about right with the 135.
Like I said, if it loses this level, that's all I'm not making any predictions or prognostications. I'm saying if this happens, this will happen.
Yep. I'm aligned with you. I'm in the wait and
But
see camp.
I'm positioned for it to happen though. So I mean, take that as it. Take that however you want to take it.
I see positioning starting to build on 130, so yeah, it might happen.
I don't make predictions though.
I don't know what
I
the
just
hell
try to
just happened
try to
here,
ride
but
probability.
I don't know what just happened here, but we had a.
Sharp reversal.
Yeah, I just caught it in the corner of my eye. I gotta go to a lower time frame for a
Well,
second.
because
Oh,
Nvidia
let's
tried to.
go.
Yeah, no,
Well,
we got a
Nvidia.
big pop to
Everything's
Nvidia.
dumping.
1932 in the VIX. I thought I seen it. I had to go to a lower time frame because it wicked right back to it and now went back to it. Let me go back to this higher
I guess
time
nobody
frame.
even listens when I talk. I guess I need to start yelling for people to listen to me. Nvidia tried to push up and got rejected off of a level. That's when the VIX reacted.
Yeah, and then everything else dropped on the
That's
macro.
why I was talking about Nvidia this whole
Yeah.
time.
I think Kev's gone. It's got the.
No, yeah, he's just using the video as a counter. That's all. I understand.
But I think Nvidia is kind of going to lead the way if Nvidia breaks down
Oh
for
yeah,
the
I
rest to
agree.
follow.
I don't
Well,
disagree
I'm
with
using
that.
Nvidia because I'm in the Qs. If I was in SPY, I'd be using the VIX.
I use the VIX on SpyOQ. And the reason why I went to Qs is because they were weaker than Spy. Spy had more strength.
Yeah, positioning is building lower. I'm leaning. I think
I
it's
agree with
gonna
you on
break.
that.
Let's see what the SPX is because you're saying positioning. Let's go take a look there
Yeah,
real
gold is
quick.
back over VWAP. Bounced off of a nice W pattern, so gold is starting to push
So
other
now we're ready for the market to drop now because gold finally is doing what the fuck it's supposed to do, right?
exactly.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, look at this. Come on, baby.
Let's
Go.
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 Up 50% on Google.
Go. Break the 1730
Let's
and keep
fucking
going.
go.
Let's
Let's go.
go.
Bing
Let's
bang.
get it.
Wow, look at the
Boom.
video. I forgot to change this back, but I have the video still up here. Wow. Fix back to 1936. Let's go. Let me change this back here. QQQ hourly. 517.54. Yeah, we're gonna see this 517.30. All right, we're back. We're back here. We're back. Contracts are back. Let's go. Let's get this continuation.
Let's go.
1949. Let's go. 37 in effect. Pushing up.
100% up on Google.
Nice. Congratulations.
I'm on lottos though, so I need big numbers for it to make any difference.
Yeah, but take profits.
Oh, but Google's breaking down.
Google and Nvidia. Oh yeah, Google. If you what did you say
Let's
earlier?
get this
Google.
M pattern going. Let's fucking go. Let's go. What were we saying about Google, Joe?
No, I was saying what he said earlier. Well, I think it was 165 on Google.
Yeah, it was
If you see
165. That's what I
Google in
see.
the video and everything else start following in sequence to that, and they are the leaders, oh yeah, you're gonna see a decent pullback. But like I said, I just don't like the spot run. Let's see, Nvidia definitely. Amazon trying to pull back here. AMD trying to pull back here. Google looks like straight trash. Hey, you got a decent pullback here, considering from where Microsoft was. It's ready to turn this hourly red. Tesla is hourly double topped here. Meta red on the hourly. Apple red on the hourly. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go test that gamma wall, Nvidia.
I have a huge volume shelf at 135.17 on Nvidia, 15 minute. So watch that area for a bounce. If you don't get a bounce there, it's coming down for
All right.
sure.
So they lowered the SPX to 58.70 on the negative. We're currently trading at 58.90, 150, with 59.20 as the positive. So we're definitely coming down. We're only 10, 11 points away
Here's your
from the
volume ball.
negative.
Let's see if we can bust through it. What I don't like is the divergence on the RSI on the 15.
1940.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Uh, we got 7 minutes on this 15-minute Nvidia candle. If it could close under this 135.17, I think you're good.
Come on, Nvidia, dump and take all the fucking credit.
1944 on the VIX. 1944 on the VIX. We need a 49 break, and we're pushing higher. Let's go. And I say that on the VIX. Lower on the
Let's
equities.
go. If this plays out on Google, I'm gonna have a good week.
Yo,
Kev,
look at this. Look at this thing fighting at 135.17, bro. Look at this.
I want to see
Yeah,
a
you
break.
know I'm watching that shit. You know I want to see him take out this because I mean to me all of that shit sounds like naysayers. Like every time when they're like, oh, we got a volume shelf here. To me, all I hear is I'm fading Kevin. And when they say we got a big stack of negative volume or whatever, negative gamma at 135, all I hear is I'm fading Kev. So
Okay.
that's I want to push through it with extreme prejudice.
We're coming up to resistance here on the VIX. 47 cents, 49 cents. It's my 300 day. We could break through that. We'll see continuation to the downside and continuation to the upside on the VIX. Let's
If
go.
Nvidia holds here, my target would be 131.11 for the bounce.
A 5 cent pullback on the VIX. Up, right back up. And I see the pullback still on this fucking, on Qs.
I'm gonna paper trade for Nvidia. I'm not going to jump in, but I'm gonna pretend I'm in there.
Stupid. That's funny.
I just want the rush
Close
of
at
it.
three quarters, or actually closing 4/5 of these Nvidia puts up 48%.
Nice.
I let the rest ride
Candles.
stress free.
Nice, nice, nice.
I would let it ride a little longer, but I'm a little over leveraged. I'm trying to delever a bit.
Yeah, I closed half of my Google position.
Boom, under 135. Look at this thing.
There we go.
134.80.
49 just
Let's
hit.
go.
Dump this
Oh,
bitch. Break. Go through the 49. Let's go. Get on that horse. Yeah.
should have held all my Google, but whatever.
Closing three quarters of my QQQ 517s up 52%, 54% rather.
Oh
Let the
yeah.
rest ride.
This is nice. Nice. We're breaking the 200 day on the hourly on Qs here, which is at 54 cents. We're at 48 cents. Keep this push going here. Let's hit it. That double bottom. Let's see a double top on the next hourly. Let's go. 50 cents on the VIX, 1950. Let's see if we can hold this 49 cents for continuation to the upside. My only concern is the 1730. 1730 just broke. Come on, let's go. Let's go break the 17 now. Let's break this 17. Come back down to this wick over here from this morning. 515.70. Come on. 516.20 is the 300 on the 30 day. Come on.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low. We got an M pattern,
1955.
full M pattern about
I
to
hope
play out.
so, Kev. I really do. I'm with you there. I see it. I just see the opposite also. So that's why I say
I
this.
don't see nothing opposite. I guarantee we get in the M pattern. I
Let,
guarantee we at least get all the way down to the low.
let's
No
go.
doubt in my mind.
Let's go.
Actually about to add some more contracts.
I'm in it with you. Let's go. From yesterday to today. Let's
I'm
go.
gonna get those 510s again for tomorrow that I got out of earlier.
My only concern here is this VIX gapped up to this 1955. Now Currently pulled back to this 1949. Let me see, where's this gap?
I said tomorrow and I meant Monday.
1940.
And I said 510s and I meant 515s. I really said what I meant, but I'm actually grabbing the 515s instead of the 510s, get a little closer to the money.
Yeah, gold is looking spicy.
Sriracha.
Oh, damn. I got stopped out of my June puts for Qs this morning, and I had them at $2, and now they're $4.75.
I added to them bitches, bro. Hell no. Mm-mm.
I
So
still have some more.
Wall Street Engine is reporting, and this is per the Japan government. We confirm progress with the U.S. in trade discussions. We agree to accelerate trade discussions and hold talks again before G7 summit. The U.S. and Japan have deepened their understanding of each other's position to make progress towards a trade deal. It's up top. You can read it again for yourself if you'd like.
AKA Taco said, we just need a good hot headline, so bear with us.
No news right now. No news right now, Bearish Bear.
No, there's no news. It's just me making dumb jokes. Oh, Amazon's moving. What's going on with Amazon? Ooh, nice.
Nvidia back to 135.17. This thing. Okay, QQQ. What are we doing?
What's going on at Amazon?
Man, I should have took that Palantir short. I almost took that short. Sure.
Why didn't you take the short?
I was looking at Etsy.
What's the price on Palantir right now?
128.80, 85.
It was at like 130 before, wasn't it?
Yeah. 131.53 was a high.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Amazon's. I'm going to dump my Amazon about 30%.
Etsy at 54.71, by the way.
Now I'm starting to like the moving averages. They're starting to curl now. I told you they were east. They're starting to curl now. Let's go. Pull them down. Pull them down.
Strictly Lotto, and I didn't only grab 20 up. QQQ 510 0 DTEs.
Kev,
510s.
Kev's feeling froggy. Let's leap, Kev. Let's leap.
Yeah, I'm feeling froggy like a motherfucker. Call me Kermit.
I mean, yeah, you could get there.
The thing is, I don't need to get there.
Yeah, I know. Take it before you.
Look,
It looks like it might.
if I get a $4 drop from this move, like those contracts are fucking 200%.
Yeah.
I'll take that on my 6/6s. Let's go. And sell them.
Hell yeah, you sell the motherfuckers. You don't hold them.
No way.
You want to make money,
Yeah, they're 508s.
but you don't mind. You don't mind if you lose, but you want to make money.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. We get there. I sell those. I might sell them before that. Don't worry.
Qs are Yeah. I think I'm done trading for today. I had a good day.
And it's Friday.
It's Friday.
I'd be lying if I said I'd be done today. Today is Friday. Today is where millionaires are made.
At least made it all
At least
weekend.
thousandaires. At least thousandaires. Like you go ahead and you can turn a couple $100 into, you know, 8, 9K with the right move in the right position. So and you're more likely to do it on a Friday than any other day. Just saying. I mean, like if you're gonna take any day away early, like it's not gonna be Friday. Like it should be like Monday or Tuesday or some shit, but not the day that's gonna yield the biggest return.
You trying to make me more of a degen?
I'm just trying to make you feel guilty about leaving early with the possibility. Yeah,
Nah, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I'm not gonna do any more lottos. I had 2 lottos pay out today, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Fucking
bro. If
mother.
I had 2 lottos that paid out today, I'd never leave. Like I'd be here till the market closed. And I think I've had more than 2 lottos pay out today. So I'm just saying.
Pull back on the VIX here to
Now, wait,
1937.
yeah. What I need is like this level that Q's right trying to hold right here is the breakdown. This was support all day yesterday.
Yeah, Kev, it's the
Like so,
200.
I alluded to this earlier. It held its support multiple times yesterday, but you still haven't seen the push off of it to where you would think that there was still buy orders here at this area, right?
It's a strong resistance. It's a 200 day. It's holding on my hourly and my 30-minute. And now we're pushing up again with the VIX pulling back.
Like for Qs, this is the 5 daily moving average, the five uh, EMA, the 5 daily EMA. So this is a retest. We've tested it a couple of times already this week. This might be where it fails.
Fucking VIX coming back down to this 1911 here. It's at 1924.
Round three on Tesla. Grab those 370s again for 27.
You grabbed 370?
For the third time.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
Imagine you gotta watch that like a fucking hawk. That thing must swing like crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. I was gonna ride with you, but I'm looking at this chart. I don't like it at all. But I don't know. You know something that I don't know. Like Tesla, runs weird anyway. So it could just rip where it looks like right now it wants to just fail.
Yeah, I just got a couple contracts. Nothing crazy. It's the third time I'm scalping. So
And you could see it pump back up to 362. That's kind of what I'm seeing. Yeah, I think you might get a good bounce off
which
that.
is $2 of delta. So I mean, I think that's what he's
Yep.
Mhm. My tea leaves are saying that it doesn't seem like it's going to bounce though.
Yeah.
that's what
Like
my
I
tea
said
leaves are
before,
saying as well.
my stop is VWAP, so there you go. I have a tight stop on this.
I don't know. Microsoft looks like it's trying to push a little bit, but I wouldn't buy it because it's been channeling all day. Similarly to Microsoft, Nvidia is trying to get a bit of a bounce. Apple is kind of like in the same situation as Meta and Microsoft, all kind of been channeling, just barcoding all day. Google's trying to get a bit of a bounce, but I don't know how convincing it is. Similarly with Amazon and the Dow, I don't know how convincing these bounces are. I don't trust any of them.
Well, Amazon, look at those two fatigue candles on the 10-minute.
Well, I mean, this would have to close. This one would have to close like that, right?
Yeah, 6 minutes.
It's not closed yet. Oh shit! I feel so much better about my 510 lottos. So Cheddar Flow spotted some spot DGens with some put action going, some sweepers. I put them up top.
Goddamn, X is a fucking shitty app.
So they did move positive down to 59.10 and negative still holding 58.70. We're currently trading at 58.93. VIX down to 1921.
Man, SPY and Qs look exactly the same today in terms of charts.
Yes, they do. Exactly the same. I got them side by side. They look exactly the same. But Apple, Meta, and Microsoft all look the same. Really, Meta and Microsoft look damn near identical, but Apple looks just like them, but on a smaller scale. They all look the same though. That'd be crazy if they just held the price right here all day, only to just dump it at the end of the day.
Kev, I was just looking and I'm saying to myself, five, five, should I do the same thing I did yesterday? 521s, and then it dumps. I'm not doing it, but I'm not doing it like I did yesterday. I'm not doing it. I won't do it. I got to see above 519.24 for that thesis.
Oh fuck.
I'm just watching how the
OUSD
Qs. Yeah, OUSD. What about it?
is bumping today, 4% up.
Yeah, but they're talking about it. Georgie and I, we got the 13s.
And
I've
out
been
of
I've, I've been in the 13s for July for about 2 weeks, and then I grabbed the 13s for June yesterday. Georgie been in the 11s for about that long, and he grabbed the 13s.
Nice.
Minute and a half, new hourly open.
Check out AEVA. Told you all when I told you all to grab that position a long time ago. I don't know who all listened when it was around 14. Then it
Yeah, it's
pulled
like your
back.
darling.
Yeah, it's in breakout mode now. If it can clear, if it clears 19, it's in ultra breakout mode.
Yeah, LiDAR is your favorite sector, Big.
They're a LiDAR company.
I think so.
I'll throw them into my
Yeah, they're
stack.
lidar. So I talked about it yesterday. How I like lidar, right? So I don't know. I was talking about that in time space.
Yep,
But I'm
yep.
bullish lidar.
And I
You
would
know,
never have.
sometimes I. So if you look at AEVA, it's got and then just look on the daily time frame. It's an upside down H pattern, an upside down lowercase h pattern. So just think about that break. I gave you all the perfect entry earlier in the week.
Are you on options or commons? No, you said you're options.
I got options and commons, bro. Hold on. I got common shares, but I got the 15s. I got some 15s and some 20. I got some 15s for June 20th that I've been holding since like the first go around, and then I got 25s for October the 17th. Like, don't chase those. I'm up 207% on the 25s, up 160% on the 15s. But when it was at 14, I was telling people like this looks like a good chance. This looks like a good buy. And then I talked about it when it went from 14 to 16. Like, look, I don't know if y'all got in, but it's not too late. Now it's pushing towards 19.
Yeah, that ticker is the best performing LiDAR ticker.
100%.
Yep. The second one is probably, I think Aust is really good, and Hesai
Now,
also.
yep.
Yeah, those are the two that are pushing right now.
Yep.
Interesting.
I mean, sometimes I find some good ones.
There's not much guess it's not played much. Gamma doesn't really say much about it. Okay, yeah, it's a low float.
Yeah, I don't want to see that head and shoulders. I want to see that M. I don't want to see that inverse head and shoulders, Joe. I want to see that M, bro. Now time back.
The pattern, guys. You guys want to look at Marvell on the 15-minute? Tell me what that pattern says to you.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll look at it. I'm just looking at the second H pattern for NVIDIA starting to play out. You know, usually H's come in pairs. That's what I like to say. And like, what time frame are you want us to look on? Fairbear?
15.
I mean, that looks like an arching, like it wants to be an H pattern. Let me pull out to the hour to see if it's more prominent on the hour. Yeah, the hourly. I see the H. Yep, I see the H on Marvel. Yeah, Marvel puts.
Nice. I'm not the best at patterns.
When the candles are that small and bunched in, you kind of go to a bigger time frame. I go to that hourly time frame, and then I use that big, I don't know what candle that is. The
Yeah, I see the big pump one.
that
It's like
5 o'clock,
right one.
yeah, the 1700 candle. That right there to me is the first leg of the H. Then the arch around, bam, you want to see it take that low out. It takes that low out, then to me, it's pretty much gonna go ahead and take that 58.62 out. And then what I would want to look for, damn, you got that 58.58. You want to see that taken out actually. But if that's taken out, then we go down to 56 mid.
I got them to end of June, so I got a lot of time.
57, 57.20, 57.27 is where I'd like to see it trend towards. And then that if that's broken, then 54.
Joe, those
And just sorry, just one last thing. To me, that was a weekly level, a second attempt at breaking a weekly level for Marvell. So it would surprise me if Marvell goes down to 52. So yeah,
Awesome.
look like the 52 strike with time. Yeah, it'll migrate down there.
Thanks for the knowledge, man. Sorry, what was that, Bull Bear?
I was gonna say to Joe, those QQQ 510s for June are looking nice.
Hell yeah, they are. So BB, look at the weekly time frame, and you see how you got that weekly level rejection. To me, it at least goes to 52. It could easily test 47. You know, in the next few months, the next quarter. I don't know what they said on earnings.
I think it was just kind of flat. The little bit of misses. Their guidance wasn't like great, but it was just kind of meh. They weren't bad, but they were just meh. But they were trending down before that too, so I think it's just...
They were trending down, but they were right at that weekly level as going into their earnings. That if they had a beat, you would have seen it trend up to 72 and possibly even 80. But since they, if they'd beat it and guided well, so that's kind of what I was looking for. But also the reason why I didn't want to play through the earnings because of the previous week's closes. Just didn't have that
Yeah, mine
momentum.
complete fluke. I just looked at the daily chart and I saw it looked good. I did not even check when the earning was.
I had to start getting into the habit of doing that like a year or so ago because, like the chart would look good. And I'm not paying attention to earnings and I go jump into a position and then they'll have earnings and they'll just dump.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? Or the chart will look horrible, right? The chart will look trash. I'm like, okay, I get into some puts. Then the next day, like they had earnings and they just ripped. I'm like, what the fuck? How did I not
Or
know
even
this?
if things are just flat the next day, but you just got IV crushed regardless. That was my biggest worry. But I
So
got
now
the
the
money
first
in
thing
there.
I do. So now the first thing I do whenever something pops up on my momentum indicators, look see when they had earnings. I want to see if earnings is the reason why they pushed, or if they hadn't had earnings, then the momentum is probably why they're pushing.
Yo, getting a buy signal on Walmart.
It's funny on Walmart. I was just looking at that this morning or yesterday night, and I was like, man, Walmart doesn't look good. But yeah, know that it's been a pretty good day for Walmart.
So BB, what contracts did you end up taking on Marvell? Because I'm looking at July 45s. Look real good. Look inexpensive, and you got time.
I have the June 20th for 60 bucks. I got in those at 280.
I'm just saying, look at those July 45s. Those might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
About a quarter of the price you paid for those 60s, and then you get a whole extra month.
Sorry, I was on the phone. I did hear my name. What was the question?
I don't remember when someone said your name. Is probably me, but I don't remember.
Uh,
I don't know. We talked about a bunch of stuff since you got on the phone. I don't even know when you got on the phone.
yeah.
Boom, Etsy. Let's fucking go. Don't try me, boy.
Oh, broke through. Nice.
My Etsy 55's up 390%. Get the fuck out of here.
Nice. Very nice. Congrats. Congrats.
I try to tell y'all these motherfuckers is some.
55 breaks through 55. Where the fuck is it going? Etsy's in full squeeze mode now. There's no real gamma above it.
I got a little bit of resistance at 56.50, but then nothing else till about 59. So yeah, let's go.
Those Dell puts are looking good too. 23%.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, those Marvell puts for July are 45 cents.
Yeah, so those 56s, those Etsy 56s that I got for June 20th, those are up 38% too. So I'm just gonna hold those. Yeah, I got a bunch of red shit when I look out, but my green shit is really green. So just looking across, looking at the VIX. The VIX is indecisive right now. Printed a doji candle on the 15, so it's kind of indecisive on which way it wants to go. Still looks kind of bullish. The candle closed green, so I still want to see the VIX push a little higher. As I look at Nvidia still looks like it's ready to curl over. Doesn't look doesn't look like this isn't giving any indication to push any higher. Apple still consolidating, but looking more bearish than bullish. Meta still consolidating, but looking more bullish than bearish. Similarly to Microsoft. Tesla still looks bearish. Google looked like it tried to push, but probably about to curl around for an H. IWM was trying to push, but starting to look a bit bearish. Amazon starting to look a little bearish, and the Dow is starting to look a little bearish.
I think SPY looks like, or SPX. I think we're going to push lower. I think we'll get to 5875 today at some point. I don't know when.
Google starting to trend back towards the downside, starting to form out that H. Dow starting to push a little lower. Amazon starting to push a little lower. I'm looking at the MAGS pushing lower. Microsoft had a little bit of a rejection. Tesla still pushing lower. Meta a bit of a rejection, pushing lower. Apple starting to push lower, and they're all starting to push lower with a little bit of pressure. Nvidia pushing
VIX
lower.
big pop here, Kev, to
Yeah,
1948 again. Big pop here on the VIX.
there
Let's
we go.
go, baby.
Somebody else is talking. There we go.
Let's go. VIX big pop here. Back to this 300 day, which is at 49 cents. Let's get back above this 49 cents. Let's go. 17. Break the 17 here. Come on. Let's go. 13. Let's go. Oh, there's the break of the 17. Keep it
Drop it
going.
low, girl.
Keep it
Drop
going.
it low.
There we go. Come on, baby. Let's fucking go. I want to see it stay under the 17.
I might go ahead and add SPY 580 puts for June the 10th.
Oh, there we go. 53 cents on the VIX. Above the 49 resistance. Let's go. Keep this pushing. Let's go. There we go. Dump this motherfucker. Dumpity, 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 dump. Come on.
Let's go. Let's get it. Drop this bitch.
A big drop here under the 17. Come on. Go to this
Let's
15,
go.
whatever the low was today.
Remember, I got those 510 lottos. Let's see if
Yeah.
them end up doing anything.
My 6 6s are like lottos for me today. Don't
At
worry.
first, I was in the water on them hoes. Now they're showing signs of life. They're showing signs of life. I got my 515s for Monday. Now I'm up 15% on those. Still have a few 517s that expire today.
516.21 would be a support here, which we got to break through. That's my 300 day on a 30. Let's go. Go get it. Go
And
get it.
remember, I got 460s for June 20th.
Nice. Those got to be up. No?
Well, they've been up and down and up and down. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm down 3% right now.
Yeah, that's not
I'm sure they'll close green.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm getting a sell signal on QQQ. Let's,
Let's go.
let's go, baby. These are printing.
Let's see.
Sell this bitch.
Anything change on SPX? Oh yeah, they got us. They now they brought these down again. The positive to 59.10. 58.70 is negative. But looking at the Gex picture here, they're definitely adding to the downside. Come on, let's go. The biggest one here, actually, there's two of them that are dead, pretty much dead. 58.50s and 58.70s. Currently trading at 58.84. I don't want to see this back above the 17. No, VIX back to 48. Come on, push, Trixie. Push it, Trixie.
Oh, Google's pushing down again.
Nvidia coming up on the 200 day on the hourly, 134.35.
Damn, Nvidia's chart looks nasty.
That motherfucker look beautiful. Fuck you mean?
What was my paper trade at for Nvidia? I forgot. I closed it.
Come on, that Dell. My Dell puts are starting to get a little momentum. Let's fucking go. 110.81. Let's do this. Get
Yeah,
this.
Oh yeah.
Drop this whole bottom out.
yeah. This thing is.
Man, I done had some bangers today. Let's get it.
Yeah. Hey, people got paid today. I know that for a fact.
Bro, if you didn't get paid today, something is wrong.
Yeah.
I'm too bullish. It does feel better though to make money on the downside.
I know, right?
I'm bullish today, just to the downside.
I'm bullish like a
Invisible.
motherfucker to the downside.
Oh, Nvidia.
oh, Kev,
Nvidia.
Nvidia, bro. Look at the price. It's
Bro, I'm just looking at
two.
my contracts, man. Shit.
It's not too far from the NFP level I gave you earlier, 134.23. That's it.
20 cents 20
130.
cents away from breaking this 200 on the hourly. And with that being said, you're inside your below bodies of candles into that gap Yeah, let's go. Wow, VIX 1961. Look at the push down, fellas.
Yeah, let's
Come on,
go.
go break this 21 cents and waterfall. There you go. Come on, waterfall.
I told y'all Nvidia was working on that second H.
I
Drop
jumped in
that
those
bitch.
Q lottos with you,
Bro,
Kev.
it
Let's
bounced.
get it.
Nvidia hit 134.23 to a
Just
penny.
broke the 200 here on the video on the hourly. Let's go. VIX is at 1961. Let's
Bro, it's finna
break
melt
this.
that. It is
Oh,
finna
let's
melt.
go.
It's about to melt that motherfucker.
30-minute broke through the 300 day, but we got to
130,
bounce
1,
back.
133.40 is my target for Nvidia.
Come on. Break, break. Go break this 516. Go break it. Actually, I want to see it break fucking 515.72. Come on, go. Go waterfall right through it. Where's 508's at right now? All right, I'm not complaining. I'm up fucking 15% on them. Come on, break this 516. You motherfucker. There we go. Come on, go. What's up, bud?
These Q puts are printing.
Like a motherfucker, man. I said it in the
Yes,
beginning. Like, we
sir.
looking for puts today, boy. We
It's
ain't looking for no calls. We looking for puts.
bing
They
bong,
keep
baby.
building on that 510 for today on
Yeah,
the
please
Qs.
send it down there because that's where I'm at. 510.
So
Yeah,
VIX
that's where I'm
here.
at. 510
Vi-
also for today. Let's see if it can get there.
So VIX here, currently 1962. Rejection off my 30-minute 200 day, which is at 1966. So we need above 1966. We see 1984. Dump this motherfucker. Come on. Oof. 1581 on the hourly. 514.70. Come on, you motherfucker. Let's go.
Google's about to break low of day
Yeah, so is
again.
so is Nvidia.
Fuck, I should have kept my Amazon lottos. Fuck, Qs look nasty.
$0.02 away from breaking this resistance. Come on. Just pull back to 59. You fuck.
My uneducated theory is that the whole market was just held up waiting for Nvidia, and now that there's no good news to look forward to, we're just starting to correct. But again, that's just my bar room theory.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, that is how I see it also.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says you're going to see a crack in the bond market. Interesting.
Fuck them in the bond market and the yields. What are they doing right now, these fucks? They
Dropping.
yeah, it's, once again, the yields are dropping. The market, in normal reality, the market should be going up. They're fucking running with the market. Sick.
No, my my
Closing
indicator
out
I
these
watched was
517, closing out the rest of these 517s of 125% rather. Still holding on the 515s for Monday and the 510 zeros.
There we go. Broke the 516 hard. Let's go. VIX at 1974 coming up to that 1984. Let's go, Kev. Push this motherfucker.
134.02 is the next level on Nvidia. That's the NFP. If it breaks through that, then you could look for 131 or 130.
So my 510 zero DTEs up 90%, 92%.
Nice.
See if I can get these things. See if these things can get to 200%. Where I can close close most of them out and just ride a runner or two.
yeah, I'm up 100% on my Q lottos.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Dump
I'm up
this motherfucker.
150, 150. Come on, let's go. I
Dump
need
this
to get to 200.
motherfucker.
Can I get to 200%? Remember when I got them, I said all this needs to do is drop $4 and I'll be up like 200%. Let's see if that can happen.
Let's go. Up VIX 1988. Up pull back to 1984. The resistance support turned into support right now. I gotta
Qs
go
are now
fucking.
in the gap fill zone.
Yeah,
We
Yeah,
we
there's
we
no
let's go. Look at this dump. Let's go. Now
dump.
we got pressure. I'm up 238% on my 510s,
don't.
closing out
I
most
would
of them
hold.
leaving runners.
Yeah,
He said I would hold.
I think
Yeah, I'm closing
510 is
closing
gonna
some of
be
my Qs. I'm up 180% on these.
300% on Google. Fuck yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, you said you would hold. I had 20 contracts. I wanted to go ahead and lock in majority of that, and then
Yeah, that's a
the
good move.
last five can just, you know, I'm in at 13 cents. They're at 53 cents now. So
Yeah, I closed
Oh,
some of
by
uh,
the
those.
way, somebody came in the room earlier and said they grabbed SPY 560 puts for 620. I grabbed those with you. I'm up 20%, or $115 per contract.
Nice.
Whoever called that out, good job. Thanks.
I still think we're going to 510.
Don't fuck around. Come on, let's go. Break this. Uh, yeah. Let me see something. 51309 is the next break.
all right, now I'm closing 3/4 of my 515s up 90%.
I'm up 400% on those lottos. Fuck yes.
Thought I was going to be able to get out earlier.
Oh, VIX 2012. I wasn't paying attention to it. It actually went to 2023. It's at 2012 right now. I gotta find out if anything's gonna stop this now. Let's go higher
Look
time
at
frame
Dale.
now.
Let's go. All right, OG.
No,
Damn.
we may come back to 2054, as I said,
Look
and
at
then
Dale. Let's dump this bitch, boy. I thought I was gonna close these bitches. Dale's going to 106, 107.
Oh
Apple
shit,
Yeah,
I'm going
200
go ahead
puts.
and hold these Dales. I ain't closing these Dales. I'm holding these Dales over the weekend.
Apple 200 puts for 620. They're up 120%.
for. My Nvidias are up 150%. I bought them like 3 minutes ago.
My 510s are up 500%.
I still think we're going to 510.
Bro, look at SPY. What
I
is
got
going? Is
five.
that
I got
news?
five. I got no. I got 512.55. I said it this morning. Remember, I asked Georgia. I told him 512.55 is the level. Remember, I said Georgia. Remember the level I said yesterday, 512.55. That's where we're going. That's why I
Bro,
wasn't. That's why I had no fear to grab the 510s with zeros or whatever.
there has to
But
be
oh
news.
my
There has
God,
to be news. There has
is
to be
this
no
news.
news. No clue if there's news or not. But
fuck your?
There's Trump at 1.
Yeah, Trump at one, but I don't know. I mean, at this rate right now, you may close this fucking 508 gap on Qs. Wow,
I told you we was closing the gap.
2036. 2036 on the VIX. Look at this fucker go. Come on, you.
600% on Google.
Commented. Let me see something. I can't see nothing to fucking stop this thing right now. Let's see. 4 hour. No, there's nothing. Look at this motherfucker go. Let's go. My 6/6s are up fucking 63%. Let's go. And I ain't touching them yet. I should sell half of them, but I'm not.
630% on my 510s.
Nice, man.
700.
690,
2041.
707,
Let's go. Dump
715,
this.
1000% BB. We gonna get the 1000 BB.
Bro, we're getting
Congrats,
paid on
because
these QQQ puts, bro.
Oh man, I should
Oh
have
my
put
gosh.
position.
You should have held.
Oh,
BB, you
I
should have held.
I still have half of all of them, but
Oh,
I should
okay,
have put a
okay.
bigger
Good, good,
position.
good, good, good.
I'm
And where
selling.
Georgia at? Will I get that 512.55? Fuck out of here.
Come on, give me this push. I'm selling on this push. Come on,
Bro,
give
it's
it to me. Give
crazy.
it to me.
I've been sitting here with this fucking bowl of weed. I haven't taken one hit. I've been just, bro, it's been sitting
Yeah.
here for like 20 minutes looking at me.
VIX just hit
Oh,
2050. Let's
Q's
go.
$1. $1 for my fucking lottos. Let's go.
What is stopping this now on this VIX? I can't find nothing.
Oh shit.
21.
I'm up over 800%. Let's fuck up. Damn, it's back down to 760. But whatever. Let's go. 1000% BB.
Come on,
Did
give it
you
to me.
follow? You followed the right motherfucker, boy.
Yeah.
Come on, give it to me, you motherfucker. Give me a little bit. Let's go. Got to sell in here for fucking 465. We're at 460. Come on, let's go. That would give me 100%. Let's go. What's up,
Come on,
buddy?
you gonna squeeze through my 512.55 level and go close the gap today? Are we gonna close the gap today? Fuck you. Hey, yeah, he said apple. That's right. That's right, little buddy. That's right, little buddy.
Yeah,
Can
he's
you
on
say?
his
Can you say?
game.
Drop it low.
Say
Can you say?
drop it
Drop
low.
it low.
Oh, there we go. 1,000
Let
bucks.
put him on and let him say it because we are
Ah,
dropping
there we
it low.
go. Look at this, and it blew through. Went right to 475. All right, I'm out. I'm out 100% on those six sixes. The only thing I got is JP Morgan still. Let's go, fellas. Good fucking work. 2 days in a row here, guys. Let's go.
And this is not even a paid Discord. Look at you guys.
I'm trying to see what's gonna stop this, and I mean, I don't know. I
Oh,
probably
going
shouldn't
back.
have sold, but
I got a sell limit at 1,000%. We'll see if I can get a sell on them.
uh, and you may see a push up, and I'm trying to see here.
BB had hit the 1,000% mark. I didn't sell
Yeah, I
though.
did.
Yeah.
I didn't sell either.
So now I got it. Now I just set a sell limit for it. So let's see if it can hit it again.
Let me see. Let's see. Let's see the daily for a
Miguel's
second.
If
still.
it bounces here, it's going to bounce. This is a weekly level. If it holds this level at 512, at 512.55 is a weekly level. That's why I figured it would go migrate down there to it. So if it holds this level, it's going to bounce. If it loses this level, we're going to get a deeper
Oh,
pullback.
forget it. If I lose this level, you're right. I don't know why I got this line here. I got this line here at 514, 513, 58. What is this line on my daily for? It's not pulled back far. It's only, oh, I know why, because it's a short. It's not a lot of resistance here, but there's a little resistance here on the daily. But your VWAP, well, not your, my VWAP sitting at 509.76, which is the only target besides this trend line that I have that I see. And we did bounce off this trend line, so no, we're below this trend line right now. What am I talking about? Jesus Christ, Joe. 509.75.
These QQQ 510 puts for 620 are up to almost $900 per con.
I
Nice,
know that's
very
right. My
nice.
460, my 460s are up 25% for 620.
We're pushing again.
Let's go.
Yep, VIX back to 2020. I'm
I
trying
have
to
my stop, my sell order at $1.20 for my lottos on the Qs.
21.25. Can the
I
VIX
got mine
go
at
there?
$1.30.
So this rejection here, we got that was at 8:10 this morning, and right at the bottom of an hourly gap on the VIX, basically is that 2050. We just had a major pullback just now in the VIX, 1969. That's a 30, 40 cent pullback. A little rest. It's entitled, I guess, right? All the way across the board.
It's crazy happened during lunchtime. Usually nothing happens until 1.
They're prepping
Guys,
right now.
look at, I've never heard of this ticker, but apparently Mnuchin just added to it. It's Lion, Lion.
Oh yeah, I know Lion. Pops up on my screen a lot.
Yeah, it's up 4% right now.
Yeah, I'm closing out the rest of these NVIDIA puts up 103%.
Nice.
Fuck those Dells. They're doing pretty good.
I'm gonna close. I'm gonna lock in some profit with Dell. Still gonna hold some of this over the weekend.
Let's go. Let's go push again.
Yeah, currently up 52% on Dell. Was up almost 70%. I'm locking in some profits before I decide to take any of this over the weekend.
Hi, VIX recovered here. Back to 20 from that 2003. And this is just a
I'm
brief.
putting a stop on these BB at 400%. Ain't losing that.
That's a good call.
Nice, man. Paid.
And I just got stopped out.
Yeah, you just had a big pullback on the VIX again, but then it popped back.
Well, those, it didn't matter. Those
Ah,
did
listen,
way, they did way better than I thought they were going to do.
yeah, 400%. That's nice.
Well, I closed the majority of them out when it was like at 600 or 700%, but I was trying to go for that fucking bow wow. But that level it's bouncing off of, you want to see that level lost.
Yeah, I closed out my position too. Yeah, should have sold in the thick of it, but that price gets so choppy, it's hard to choose a good point. Good play, guys.
Yeah,
Good play
guys. Good
indeed.
play on those QQQ puts, man. Real good. I mean, you guys got some really good plays today in the audience. You got Etsy, you got uh,
Dell.
QQQ, you got Dell, you got Palantir, you got Nvidia, you got
Google.
Google. You guys got a lot of calls today, so you should have at least made something today.
Man, now my summary of
Bro,
my
there was not
portfolio
a
is just all
bad
the
call
reds.
today. There was not a bad call today. You dudes was
Yep.
fucking killing it.
Yes, sir. You all did. Good job, guys. Good job.
I'm gonna call out Tom. Tom was bullish this morning. Just want to put that one on record.
Man, Tom would look like he was sleepy. You can't. Tom is up all day, all night. That's why I had to have him ask. That's why I had to ask him specifically, "What are you talking about?" And then I respectfully disagree with you and told you why. So I mean, it ain't no shot at anybody or whatever. We ain't trying to take shots at him, but you got to, take into consideration that Tom is like the Energizer battery. Like he doesn't stop. So sometimes he needs a little bit of rest.
That's a fair comment. I try and check myself when I have those days to not trade because it just goes bad.
Yeah, he's living after European time zones now.
Did he move?
No.
I was way past my bedtime last night because I watched the Knicks game. Obviously with my fingers crossed.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, my shitco IPO is
Yeah,
pumping.
that could be the bottom for the day, man. I don't know. I'm just like you should be well paid and not be looking to take any more trades, like for real. So look, that spy degen shit that I posted up top that I told you, like that shit ended up playing out. That shit happened fast too.
Yeah.
And you guys say what was the news or whatever, it was positioning. It was setting up all day. Joe and I kind of alluded to it, how the VIX was setting up. The resistance level at the Q's. Twig Board before he left told you the resistance level and not to be long. He said it can go up a little higher and still he would short it. So like it was the setups were there. If you still tried to go ahead and long the market, you deserve to lose money because like people were giving you all kind of free information for you to kind of make a good informed decision about or a decision with. Now I don't want you to lose any money, but like the information was there and it's free. And
Look, I
OG
don't know.
and OG and OG was real good with putting a lot of that flow down there in the purple pill as well. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No. I'm basically flat. I just got the runners on JPM, but I'm not trading no more today. I'm just gonna sit
I'm not either.
and watch. But I do. If I was, I think we're going down. I just can't. I'm
I still
looking
got my
all.
460s. I still got my 460s for June 20th. I
Yeah.
didn't close those. I'm not going to close those. We've lost every single major level. We've had false breakout after false breakout on regular levels, on macro levels, on
Yeah.
fib levels, and on weekly
Moving
levels.
averages. I mean, right now, like I said, everything was pointing east for me earlier. Now we're pointing south. I mean, I'm trying to find a time frame for something to stop. If I gotta say, Q's my next target on Q's is that gap fill in 507.25. I mean, I do watch NQ because I am playing the Q's. NQ on the hourlies broke through the 300 day, which was at 21 168.89. Unless we recover that, uh, I don't know. I get the VIX coming here to 21.25. I'm trying to find something above that would stop it on different time frames. And 21.95 on a 4 hour. Obviously, I mean, it would really have to explode, but I can't find anything close. The closest thing I could find here is my, no, not even. Look at this. The 15-minute
We're
fucking, no.
we're still breaking down here.
Yeah, no.
I'm we're still going to go to 510.
Is my hourly. The only thing that stops the VIX is my hourly at 21.25. And I still think we're going back. We're going down.
I closed my stuff. I only have my long my swings open, but I still think we're going 510 on the Qs.
But all in all, beautiful day.
Gold is still down, which is puzzling me. Like there's no
As of
risk
this
off
morning,
that's yeah,
what is your name? Let me see what it is. Oh, Bearish
bearish
Bad.
beard.
I was calling you
BB.
Bearish Bull before. Sorry.
No, that's
Uh,
bull bear. There's bearish beard.
so remember this morning I did say, it's very weird. Obviously yields are down, oil's down, gold's down. Market was kind of on a seesaw. Yeah, there's the only correlation that's there is the VIX. There it goes back to 2011. Let's go. Drop this mother trucker. I'm rooting for the downside here from further if anybody's holding.
Big Kev, look at Dell under 110, bro. 109.39.
Let's go.
Let's see something here. Let's just do a run around here on this hourly. Yeah, Nvidia shit, Amazon shit, AMD shit, Google holding the 200 on the hourly, and if I'm not saying anything on like moving averages, the other ones on the hourly, look like they're going down to the 300 days. They're through everything else. Microsoft, compared to the ones that I just said, uh, it's at the 100 day on the
Damn,
hourly.
look at Tesla's chart.
Oof, Tesla got a fucking shellacking hourly candle there, huh? Yep.
Yeah, that thing
Meta,
got kicked in the teeth.
Meta too. Look at
Yep.
Meta. Apple, Apple too. Yeah, no, nice. And
Yeah, I know we've said it already, but
Yeah, it's
I would
headed
not
back
be able to.
down. It's gonna go no, hell no. It's about to retest that weekly level and probably take it out. Head
there's
down to the 510.
I can't find any help for it, and especially looking at these moving averages, like I said, they were east. They're pointing north now, especially on the lower time frame. So, and you're pulling through. So yeah,
Yeah,
VIX is
Kev,
pushing back up.
I took your advice and I rolled over my Marvels to the July 45s, and I'm up 15% already on my new position.
Yeah, try to tell you.
Fuck, today's been a really good day.
12 minutes, new hourly opening. Maybe they just gave this hourly a breather with the way this bearish hourly just came. I mean, I'm speaking QQQs right now. I can't even see. Where's this? Where's this? 50. Sorry, I can't even see because they're behind everything.
I mean, the
Copy.
RSI is way oversold on the hourly, so I don't know what it could bounce. I don't know.
So that's my 5. The red is my. I gotta look on the side here. I'm trying to figure this out. That's my 200. So five's through the 200. What's the? That's my 9. My 9 is trying to pull through the 200 now to the downside on the hourly, and my VWAP's trying to pull through my 20 on the hourly. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Five, five. This is another baby H here on this 5 minute. Yeah, this is going down. Downtown Julie Brown, showing my age. Let's go. And I'm not even in it. 507.25. Man, if this thing closes this gap today, that'd be fucking hysterical. Get this push. And you really ain't getting no movement in the VIX right now. I mean, it's holding up here at this, it's bouncing around 2011, 2016. I think the VIX is looking to go back to $30. Once again, if I could tell you it was going to happen in a week, we'd all be gazillionaires. I can't. I know we're testing the downside of the gap to come into this 20. There's a gap here on the upside is 2182. Uh, and we played out one inverse head and shoulders. Believe it or not, this is on the hourly. This was another play out of an inverse head and shoulders, which I believe we still have more upside. We did balance out with a wick to the left side at 2049, but I still see 2125.
Damn, Kev, I think if we would have been more patient, we would have got to our 1000%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beerish Beard, I grabbed some of those Marvels with you, and I
Nice.
also grabbed the 4750s for 620. I grabbed some of those as well.
Yeah, Q's about to take out that weekly level again. Another waterfall is coming.
Wow. I for 507.24. If this continues the way this fucking is, that gap's gonna get closed. I mean, could this happen today?
We're hitting 510.
No, yeah, no. I'm talking about 507.24. Which
No,
is
I don't think that. We have a
I'm grabbing
huge wall
508s for
coming up.
Monday. I'm grabbing 508s for Monday. I said I wasn't gonna trade again, but
You
I'm grabbing the 508s. Currently
nah,
buying them right
you
now.
guys are in full degen
you're
mode.
I ain't
not.
in
You're not.
DGen mode. I'm following the
No.
chart, bro. Like this
Yeah.
is there. Like why would I?
Yeah.
Why would I watch this waterfall happen? Like it's trying to close the gap. Why would I just watch that when I see it's telling me this is what it wants to do?
I'm itching too. I ain't gonna. I ain't doing it. I'm good for the
My
day.
devil's advocate is wait till after 1. See what
I
El
don't
To
know.
me,
Presidente has
no.
to
To
say.
me, look. To me, I alluded to it earlier, and I was on the 15-minute time frame. I said this is a weekly level right here. We could bounce off of it. If we bounce, we could have a full recovery, right? So I closed
Oh,
out positions. Then it came back and it's going back below the level. So now it's telling me that it's about to lose this level. And I'm looking at it. I
hold up.
pull out on the hourly time frame, and on the hourly time frame, it tells me that it wants to lose this level also. So now
Hold up,
I'm
Kev.
I'm positioned for Monday.
There was news that came out at 12:20. U.S. plans wider China tech sanctions with subsidiary crackdown. So it seems like tariff war is heating up. That's where the dump came from.
So no, that's not where the dump came from. I rebuke that 100%. Now the news right there is just
Oh yeah,
giving
that's
you a
confident.
rationale. It's giving you rationale for the dump. The chart set up like this. I'm sitting here telling you earlier that we was gonna have this dump because of position. It has shit to do
Hmm.
with the damn news. The news just comes out to confirm the positioning already set up.
But that was like the catalyst, right?
The catalyst was the people already knew that this news was gonna come out, so the positioning was set.
Yeah,
So
I see. I see.
it didn't matter what the news is if you see the positioning. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
VIX back to 2034, 2033. Let's go. Dumpity 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 dump. Technicals rule. I'm not taking sides with anybody, but technicals do rule.
In
Chart
this
like,
case, the technicals had to rule. Like
yeah, no.
everything
I
was setting up for this. Like bro. I had more Q contracts open than I've ever had in my life trading.
Well,
my my
the way
my
I see it is
my
the
quote is
technicals told you the news beforehand. Like you saw the
yes.
Exactly,
news
Yeah,
come up
yeah.
in the
exactly.
chart.
And it was the technicals are there because of positioning, right?
Exactly.
So whether you say it's the news that reigns supreme or the technicals that reign supreme, it's positioning. So I mean, it's all one and the same. The
Said
news just confirms it, and if, the quicker you can get the news, the quicker you can be in position. But if you see in the position, you don't even need the news.
the chart is
Yeah,
the
no,
chart, and there it is. What causes it to happen? I don't know.
we're not at that pay level.
No, that's insider information. Let's
I mean,
go.
the news always helps,
Yes.
definitely. But you'll see, like the positioning is there. Like I told you, I put that spy shit up there. Like the DGens was there. Like the sweepers that are up top. That was how long ago was that? An hour and a half ago,
Look
or an
at
hour ago? So
this.
you had plenty of time to get positioned for this dump before the news ever came out.
Yeah, 100%.
Even if they give us a 50% retracement here in this gap, $21 roughly. And that would be another 7.65 cents. That'll wreck this thing. We went from 1968 dollar.
So on the Qs, I'm looking at what. Let me double check that. Yeah, I think on the Qs peak positioning after the 510,
508.
505.
Yeah, I was just about to say
Oh,
505. Yep.
505.
That's
Okay.
what I'm seeing on my chart too, 505.
Wow.
Yeah, 507.24. I'll stick to that for
I'm
now.
just looking
What if
purely
it gets to
again.
505? Do you know what my 460s are gonna be?
Heaven.
I mean, if this thing gets to 505,
Yep, I have
505,
505.63 on mine.
you're talking about this thing's heading I'm not saying, once again, timing is everything. You may be seeing this thing head to, because you'll be underneath the 300 day at this 507.204. You may be heading to this gap here in the hourly at 488.46. You get the 505. Like, I mean, that's a long ways down. I don't know. They got the 300 day sitting here at 507.24.
So if what we're saying before that the charts are like providing the I can't think of the word, but it's predicting what the news cycle is going to be. Is this 1 o'clock call? Nah, never mind. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah,
It's gonna
even
kill me.
the daily got VWAP 509.75. So I like that 507 target because that's my 20 day 507.49 on my daily. The hourly here, yeah, that's my basically the same thing. That's my 300 day moving average, which would obviously give us this close push through the gap and 507.24. I would expect a reverse. So I don't know right now. I can't look out that far. I don't like to.
I seen it setting up like this earlier in the week. So I grabbed the 460s and just bought a little bit of time. I was looking at like it was starting to look like it's weak anyway. So now I want to see us go retest the 200 day, then the 50.
New hourly opening in a minute. And this bearish engulfing hourly, we should see continuation to the downside here.
That's why I grabbed the 460. I want to see us go test April lows.
That would be
VIX holding
fucking great.
2028. I want to see this. I want to see the open on the hour. I'm staring at this hourly right now. I want to see the open and where it opens.
There's no safe haven right now. Bonds are down. Bitcoin's down. Gold's down.
What's Bitcoin? Oh shit, Bitcoin's down
LIDAR is up
1700.
though.
Yeah, lighter is the new safe haven. Risk off. AEVA though had pretty big pullback.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. The thing is
No,
bullish.
I think it's intraday.
210 hourly open. Push this motherfucker down. VIX pull back 5 points.
Like if Nvidia, if post Nvidia drift, and just to use Buck Danger's terminology,
Oh, there we go.
if post earnings drift for Nvidia is an indicative of the market not being as strong as the bulls think that it is, then it's looking like, you know, I mean, to me, it's just it's like the Bears are about to win.
I feel like they've won this week, last week. Like it's been just very weak in general, in my opinion. You had a lot of days where you gap down, you'd pull back up, and then you gap down again the day after. It was just going sideways.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. You're not wrong.
You know, like you look at the charts, it's just a big round top off on the Qs.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I also thought Wednesday Wednesday into yesterday I got crushed on my shorts, but obviously, with all the news and bullshit, Nvidia and the tariffs, really saved it there. I personally got to say, because with that with with everything that happened Wednesday night with Nvidia earnings and the tariff shit, I thought, oh shit, here we go. But I don't think it mattered,
Yeah, I just
obviously.
try to buy a little bit of time and then just play the intraday movements.
Yeah. Well, that's why you see me. I've been playing fucking like I've been taking swing trades as fucking day trades. I just been loading up on them. I had 20 contracts in those 6 6s, which
Hell
is
yeah.
no complaints for the day on that. At fucking
Oh,
100%.
Oh
sorry,
hell
Billy,
no.
muted.
Nope, not at all.
Go ahead, BB.
Oh no, never mind. Old tweet from 9 a.m. But you guys want me to read his Truth Social tweet?
from earlier today that had the
Yeah,
market
China.
that tanked the market early pre-market.
Yeah,
Or
the no Mr.
yeah,
Nice Guy. Yeah, it's old news.
yeah,
I
that
mean,
tweet
what's
came out at the right time too because I had already had a rejection area set up on pre-market. I was looking for the rejection right there, and then the tweet just came out. You know, that kind of confirmed the setup on the chart.
is this just a going away party for Elon? What is this like
Yeah,
news conference about? Just Elon leaving?
basically.
Hmm.
Yeah, coming equipped with a birthday cake and everything,
He's going to get his gold watch.
and his black balloons.
Yeah.
He's over 50, right?
Thank you for your service. He's going to get his pin. So on in Canada, they are coming out with numbers for like, well, Quebec's one of the provinces that has like the biggest. Is one of the been the best markets in Canada for electric vehicles. So one of Tesla's biggest markets, at least for Canadian markets. The sales have been down 87% since he's joined into the Oval Office. So I think the last month or two. I think they're saying as well in Europe they're down about 50%. Another play that might be interesting is MSTR. That's looking like a 350 target. I try and see what timeline.
So with QQQ, I just want to see it stay below 514.60. And then the next level down I have is 511.60.
So currently there is some commodity oil futures and stuff data coming out right now. Uh, just if anybody's interested, maybe I don't know. Let me see what's oil doing. Yeah, it's still down, fuck 1% on an average. 60.60. WTI CL 1.075, CL2 1.08. I mean, I didn't really pay attention if they recovered here. Let's see. Because obviously, normally commodities up. So if they pull back, market is reacting the right way. No, yeah. So there, recovery on CL1, recovery on CL2 right now, and WTI. Yeah, so interesting. Commodity up, market up. What the fuck out of here with this? So I don't pay attention to it no more. Yields pushing up. Sick. And VIX obviously pulled back here, 1976. Let's take a look at this. This SPX guy on my stream here. So major negative 58.50, and so they brought the negative down, and major positive they brought down too to 5,900. Where are we trading at right now? 58.66. So yeah, 15 points off a negative. 35 points off a positive. 58.50s are loaded up on the downside, and you have some at 5,900.
I think choosing to play the Qs was the better move anyway. Had the bigger drop.
Oh yeah, Kev, I didn't look at it. So what between SPY and QQQ? QQQ was weaker.
Had the bigger drop. Whatever, however you call it, weaker, stronger, however you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I said that earlier. That's why when I decided to play to the downside, I seen QQQs was weaker uh, during this whole calamity this whole week. Transfer. Can I get that transfer ticket, please?
This level you want to see it rejected. You want to see continuation to the downside.
Kev, would that happen to be your 5 on the 15-minute,
It
basically?
is the 5.
Yeah. No.
What would make you
Yeah,
ask that?
because I wasn't near the computer and I heard you say earlier 5:14:60, and I just walk over and I look at the 15-minute on Q, and my 5's at 5:14:66 right now with the rejection.
That's just how I trade, bro.
No, I
Happen.
know, I understand you fully. Trust me. You know that I've told you that plenty of times.
Yeah.
So,
Be it right, wrong, or indifferent, but I live and die by that 5, and that's just on every time frame. But I just happen to my default time frame just happens to be the 15. So
no, I know.
it is.
Well, you see me. I'll bounce around just for some kind of. All right, what? I'll like right now. I mean, I'm watching fucking QQQ on 5 different time frames. What's there? What's it gonna hit? Where? What's it doing? Because obviously something's got to stop it at some point. Something's got to let it go at some point, and that's why I'm always moving. I was pulling through here, over here. I, when, that's why I don't trade as many things when I trade, because I like to look at watch everything on, like I
Let me
said,
throw this
5,
at you
10.
also. Let me throw this at you
Yeah,
also. So you referenced the 5 on the 15 and why that level was right there. It just
right.
happened to be right there because you also referenced how you go from time frame to time frame, as you know, because you know how I trade. I don't just like the 15 is my default because I trade on that, but I go from the hourly to 30 minute to daily. I'm everywhere. So that level I actually got from the high of day on May the 23rd. So I just marked
Gotcha.
that as an as an important level. Was that no? That wasn't May 23rd. That was a different level that I wrote, but it was a higher day on what day was that? I gotta go find it. Give me a second. I don't know where I'm at. Oh, damn chart. But it wasn't. I didn't mark it there because it was the 5 was right there. The 5 just happened to be right there. Oh no, that was the
Mm,
low. That was the low of day on May the 27th.
copy.
Yeah, that was the lower day. So I put the line right there. That just happens to align with the 15 with the 5 on the 15 today.
Got ya.
So it's funny how these
Okay.
levels work, right? The highs is a day and lows of day.
Oh no, there's levels. Support and resistance.
So do you see what I'm talking about on the hourly time frame on May the 27th, the low,
Let me see.
10:30 candle low?
May the 27th. Yes. Wait, May the 27th? When
527, 10:30,
oh
10:30, 10:30 candle.
yeah, that wick and the body, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, so you break that, yeah, you broke that. That was all over with from the beginning of the day. That's the 518, roughly 54 area. Yep.
Yeah. You see.
Yeah, which obviously now I'm looking to the right, and it's so crazy because I got the 20 coming through the VWAP, the 20 coming through the 100-day, VWAP coming through the I got it all like I just keep everything open. I don't know how some people do it where they bounce around to different time frames on one or two screens. I mean, I'm working with four screens. I leave it all open. So all I got to do is turn my head
Well, I can
and see
well
what.
I can look at 6 different tickers time frames simultaneously, but I mean, because I'm looking at 6 different tickers on 6 different screens. But I mean, as far as when you're talking about having all the time frames on different screens for one like for Qs having the 15, the 30, or the hour on different screens. Is that what you're talking about?
Check your DMs, Seth. And I ain't even operating full force right now. I ain't for everybody's eyes. I'm gonna send you something here.
Ah, okay, I'm with
I send you one. This is just for shits and giggles. Plan, and the only reason why the other ones are off is because TradingView fucked me. I used to be able to run my one account on both of them. They shut me down uh, on the other four, on the other computer. I was able to run off my one TradingView account. They said it's illegal. So anytime I log into it on that one, it'll shut me down. So I'm only allowed my phone, iPad, and one desktop. And I ain't giving them no more money. They get enough from me fucking yearly
Straight
and
up.
monthly.
Straight up.
Fuck them.
So far it's looking like we're getting that rejection. That level's holding up. Yeah. But like I say, like that just happens to be the 5 on the 15. It just I just went and looked for where price could possibly reject it. Where was the last level that it broke through that I want to see it hold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that just happened to be it.
Technicals. I understand. VIX back above 20 here. I think this is just another baby bear flag going to play out. And hasta la vista, baby. 5:15:62 on the hourly, which is my 5, which is obviously the only reason why I would see a push up here, and that would be to come get this 20 and this VWAP to pull through this 100-day on the hourly. But 5 VWAP, 9 here on the 10-minute, 30-minute rejected the 5. NQ, obviously, like I said, broke that 300. We're back up here testing that 300 again. Where's the 3X? 58.67. Still close to the negative. All right, cigarette break. Man, I woke up so late. I just thought about it. I didn't even fucking eat nothing yet. Jesus Christ. Maybe I gotta eat something first and then a cigarette. Have fun, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't feel bad. I haven't eaten anything either.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Anybody see anything setting up for next week? That's what I'm about to start looking for.
Nah, I'm just here chilling right now. I was gonna wait until maybe 2 o'clock, 3 to start looking. But I'll start looking too.
This another H pattern setting up on the Qs. Still is resisting that level that I talked about. I don't want to see any candle closes above 514.60. Stay bearish below that.
Yep.
I'm talking about on the 15-minute time frame or higher, not a 5-minute.
Yeah, I'm on 15 minute.
BB, you still here? Did the beard leave?
It might have went on a break or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm looking at a few potential bounce back stories from pullbacks. Look at Elf. Elf is one. Centrus Energy is another one. LEU. Looking at Elf in CEU. Looking at Elf in LEU rather.
Oh, Zscaler popped on its earnings.
To me, Elf is setting up real nice for continuation for follow through. To me, both of those charts set up pretty nice for follow through to the upside next week, um, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I heard other people talking about the beauty sector seems to be pumping.
Bull Bear, what you think?
About which one? Elf?
He ain't even listening. Elf in LEU.
I like the elf chart. The LEU, I was here just looking at it.
It looks better than Elf to me. Elf looked like it could possibly hang out where it's at for another, Monday or Tuesday before it actually, blasts back off. Uh, LEU looks like it's ready to push back, Monday.
Um,
MP is up 10%.
the 1 hour and 2 hour, the 2 hour looks like a head and shoulders, bro, on LEU. So I'd have to see it hold over 24 to swing it by the end of the day.
That's fair.
Yeah. The elf
To me,
chart
to
looks
me,
for.
to me, this is what I was looking at.
Mm,
To me, it was once it cleared, what was that, 117? Once it cleared 118.75, right? Once it cleared 118.75, that was the level that you wanted to see it come back and retest. It came back and retested it, and it's holding it so far. So, to me, as long as it kind of stays above that level, 119.
yeah.
If it loses 119, then it's probably going to go back and retest the weekly support levels.
Let me see. 123.31. Hmm. Dude, if this could close over 124, I think it could go run up to at least Because it's 128.
I really like it as long as it stays above 115. Actually, so it can pull back. It can pull back to 115, and to me, that's still
Yeah.
as long as it can hold that, still could pull, it still push higher. But like I said, when it came back and retested that 119 ish level, and as long as it's holding that, to me, I want to see it hold that level.
Did you get into this already or no? Are you
No, I'm just
looking?
looking at it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gaming it out. Like I say, I want to start looking for plays for next week. I mean, nobody's calling out any more levels intraday. Nobody's probably looking to take any more
Yeah,
trades
yeah,
intraday. So I
exactly.
mean, you know,
Might as well look for something for next week. So let me
exactly.
see what else I have on my list.
Is that Trump thing and Elon thing live?
Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot about
Yeah, it's
that.
2 minutes, so a minute and a half, whatever it is. I was just asking if it was live or not. Maybe I'll pull it up and watch that.
Not yet. Not yet. 1:30. So in 2 minutes. Yeah. Can you guys hear my mic? Yeah.
Yep.
I can hear you. Could you hear me?
Yep. Yep. I heard you talking about Elf.
Yeah, 'cause I thought I asked you a question specifically, but you didn't say nothing, so I just figured you was gone.
Oh, I wanted to grab some lunch, but then came back. I heard you talking about Elf. MSTR still looks like there's some room to go on the short side. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Never mind. Never mind. That's the wrong chart. I saw Zscaler having a pretty good pump today too.
Kev, did you ever get into Paramount?
Nope, that wasn't my play. That was somebody else's. I just gave insight
Yeah,
on it. I think was that
yeah.
Angela that
Look at
brought it
this
up or
thing, man.
somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Angela brought it up, and then we broke it down, and we did the chart and everything. Look at it now.
Well, I'm seeing some pretty good strength in the rare earth mining sector right now. MP is up 10%. TROX is up 9%. Reef, REEMF is up 1.47%. TMC is up about 1%.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I just, yeah, I don't. It looks bullish, but I'm not gonna play that. I'm not gonna play Paramount. It doesn't look like there's enough meat on the bone for it. I mean, for me, I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's fair. Bro, look at Palantir. I cannot believe I missed that short. Uh,
Oh,
131 to 123. Are you kidding me?
I saw a bunch of stuff going by the other day about shorting Palantir.
Damn, that was a hell of a rejection.
You can't get all of them, right?
Yo, look at Meta. Got 15 minutes on Meta. I think this could bounce back up to at least 645, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it showed that it's pretty much found the bottom so far. Looks okay. Looks about as good as Google. I mean, they essentially look the same to me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sell pressure on Meta for 140.
Wait, you said 140?
Oh, sorry, 640. I have negative 2.9 million net exposure for 640.
So watching Etsy pulled back and tested that 54 mid breakout point. You want to see it hold that? Go ahead and push higher.
So I was outside talking to myself again because I lost his. Those 716 VIX $30 calls, they added additional 13,000 to open interest. It was at 133. It's currently at 146 roughly. The other thing I just did before I came back in here because you were talking about Meta, I didn't look at Meta, but I did look at Qs from the gap to gap. We pretty much 50% retracement into the gap, and obviously bounced roughly. Because I got this gap here at I average at 517 to 508, and 50% retracement is pretty much that 514 area. Right, 17, $8, $4. Yep. VIX ain't really doing shit here. It's just sitting here on this hourly 100-day, which is 1969. We're currently at 1978. But we are seeing a pushy, pushy, push.
The U.S. is preparing to draft IAEA board resolution to be submitted with Britain, France, and Germany declaring Iran in non-compliance of safeguards obligations. So Iran's heating up. I want to get back into a gold position. When will be a good time?
Delta looks pretty interesting right here, Big Kev. In a 15-minute, 30-minute, getting a nice little bounce here. Um,
That's ticker DAL for anybody listening.
yeah, yep, DAL.
I don't know. It kind of had that. It had some news. I heard Delta had some news this morning. What the hell did I hear about Delta?
I don't follow this individual, but he's posting some cheddar flow as of 11:30 a.m. VIX. I'm gonna post it in Nest because it's interesting. Because we didn't see it come through. It's not. We didn't see it come through on cheddar flow, but it's not giving me too much detail. But it's VIX W and VIX. Uh, saying ahead of Trump 618s, 716s, but yeah, I mean, I would have to think there were calls from 11, yeah, 11:30, 11:30, 10:56, 10:50, 10 o'clock. 10:30 early this morning. I mean, I don't have no prices or anything on there, but I find that interesting. I'm not gonna run through options right now because I've been watching the 716s. These are 716 33s. Let me look at the 33s. I'll look at one of them. Just running through my feed for any news or anything. Let's see these 716 33s. $12,000 in open interest. Yeah, that don't do nothing for me. $80,000 in the 716 25s. 40,000 in the 716 24s. So 716 is definitely has some money in upside. The 20s got 79,000. Obviously, that's where we're at right now. Wow, look at what I just might have found a fucking home run here. The $35 716 calls.
For what? For VIX?
274,000
For VIX?
VIX. Yes,
With the W or without
274.
the W?
No, without the W. VIX. July 16 AMs, 90 to 95 cents. 274,954,000 in open interest, 2358 in volume. Let's see. Are they pushing it higher here in this fucking 716? I'm just curious. No, no. That's definitely more than my 30s that I got on my watch list, which I'm gonna actually put these 35s. Yep, I'm gonna add them to my watch list and watch. So I like to watch the open interest on a daily basis if it moves up or down. So I pretty much can tell if they're selling them or not. See these June 25 for a sec. Actually, wait, let me see something. 16th on the put side for a second. Let's see. My downside target would be 19. Let's look at these 19, see if there's any flow. 41,000. 15s. No, there's not 20,000.
Hey, I got to handle a business deal real quick. I'm not going anywhere, but it's going to be about 20 minutes.
I'm here.
I mean, if this ain't a bear flag here and I'm talking Qs, 516.49, 516.16 on the 30, 515, 516 on the hourly. If it plays out and pushes through there, balance 518. Good, maybe. I don't know. 141. How's Papa Trump and Elon doing? Anybody listening to it?
Hasn't started yet.
Yeah, I'm watching, but it hasn't started yet. 605.
Bear flag setup for when he starts to talk. That would be sick.
And then he
That would
says,
be sick.
and then he's gonna say, "If I were you, I'd buy stocks." And
Yeah, I
then
was gonna say
everything just
it's
reverse.
never could have been a better time to buy stocks.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. That's all the algos need to hear. Buy
Yeah.
stocks. Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. This market is so news driven, it's not even funny.
Man, if I still had those June puts, I would be eating steak tonight.
Somebody wants to play the interview when it starts.
I could see if I could do it. I'll just play through my phone.
It's kind of interesting here. Very interesting here. I'm looking around. Well, I'm not really looking around. I'm looking at cues, and I mean, 50% retracement off of this hourly, roughly. NQ, same thing. 50% retracement, rejection. 15-minute rejected the 9, coming back down below the 5. Wow. Yeah, maybe this is a bear flag. VIX still holding this 100-day, bounced off it 1969 back to 1992. I mean, I'm flat. Fucking JP Morgan, these motherfuckers. I mean, I'm in runners. This thing came down with this pullback here, came all the way down here nicely to 260, 273. It's back up to fucking basically 264. What the fuck? Just keep going down, you motherfucker. You too. Go to the gap. Someone played you out to fucking July. Do it already. And get out of these fucking things. Roller coaster. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like to bang my head with a hammer.
Wow, look at CELH, up almost 4% today. Bro, there's one red candle on the 1 hour on CELH.
What is that, Celsius?
Yeah.
gonna say something, but as my God rest her soul, as my grandmother said, you got nothing nice to say, don't say none at all.
No, Joe, say it. We want you to say it. You're a New Yorker, man. Say it. Say it.
That's
Don't
because
hold back.
that no, I can't. I don't want nobody to get offended. You know, it's funny you say that. So people down here ask me, why are people so rude in New York? I said they're not rude. We're just at a faster pace than you. So it comes across to you as being rude because we've got to move on to the next thing. It's not being rude. It's just all right. Get to the point. Let's go. What do you want? What do you need? This, that,
Yep.
and that's it.
That's it. One, two, three.
You know, they say, "Oh, we go into a store." They're like, what do you want? What do you think you want?" Yeah, because they're not there to be your friend. They're there to do what they have to do and go to the next person. Out here, and like I tell them, not this to be disrespectful in any way, but use it slow. I don't mean it as in a retarded way or anything like that, but use it just slow. That's it for my liking, and I'm high strung, so you know already. I'll forget
Yeah.
everybody out here. They order me, oh, where you from? New York? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing every day.
It's like an East Coast versus West Coast thing. Most on the West Coast, they chit chat, take their time a little bit. East Coast, everybody's a little bit more abrupt.
Yeah, when you're here in New York and you're in the city, you could tell when somebody's not from here. They're holding the door. Hi, good morning. How are you? You're like, yo, this is too much. The
Fuck out of the way.
that conversation is way too much to begin with. The hello was enough. The rest,
Yeah, nah, not that. Yeah, so I'm a little older, so it used to be like that in New York. Hold the door for somebody. Oh, thank you. Yeah, have a good day. That went out the window a couple of decades ago, and yeah, down here it's a little different. You hold the door for somebody. They say thank you. I guess
yeah,
maybe it
yeah,
comes
you
with
do that in New
age.
York. They look at you weird, like, are
They
you
don't
okay?
even say nothing to you. They walk right by
No.
you like you're a scumbag.
Yep, yep.
Me, I used to tell them as they did that, "You're welcome." They'd look at me like, "What?"
Health sector's looking pretty strong right now.
When that bios are probably what's bios doing? So I've noticed over the past is every time market comes down, fucking bios go up. I don't know. I don't pay attention to them
Yeah.
as
IVVD 12%.
yeah. You see, it's so sick, so crazy. Maybe this ain't a bad flag.
HIMS is doing pretty good this morning, looking pretty bullish.
518 maybe. I don't know. I'm not trading it, but Trump, you're 20 minutes late.
Yep.
Nice push here. Next back down to 1981. Let me look at
Joel, look at that Visa chart when you get a chance.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'll take a look at it right now. Visa.
Ticker V.
Yeah. No, it looks pretty good. Came down here, tested off the hourly, tested this 20. It should come back to his 364.81 at least and test that. There is a gap up here at 366.82
Yep.
on the hourly. Let's look at this daily. Let's go look at the daily, weekly, real quick, just to see. Oh yeah,
The daily is beautiful on this.
yeah. Yeah, look, it whipped off. It whipped off into the gap.
Yep. The weekly looks even better.
Yeah. So
Looks like the cup.
weekly, yeah. Uh, feet above. So high here would be, I think, 368.89. Breakout above that below 355.25. That would be my ranges. This chart's nice.
Yeah, I'm in that one long term.
Nice. Where is, let's just do a quick rundown here. Let's see what's going on here. Maybe, still looks like Pope. Can't get back above this 200 day on the hourly. It tried. Now it's back below it. Amazon checking the 5 on the 200 on the hourly. AMD back above the 300 day here, but all the moving averages above pointing south. Google bounced off the 200 day double bottomed on the hourly here, but I don't know. Something's, I don't know, call me fucking crazy. The way these upper moves do Google, oof. Google, you may have this fucking 9, the VWAP, ready to pull through the 100 day, the downside. Rejection here, maybe at 169.72, or does it come back up here? But I don't know. I'd be careful if you're long in Google right now. And I was for 2 weeks yelling Google after they were the only ones that didn't push. I said they're a lagger. Nice. And Microsoft here. I don't want to say a double bottom because it opened up below and then pushed back up. I like to see an open body to body to call it a double bottom.
Yo, look at Shake Shack, SHAK. I jumped out of this one already at 120. What was it? 129.
What was that symbol?
SHAK, Shack. Shake Shack.
Mm-hmm.
The chart looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. Wow. Actually, you know what? I put this out. I got a harmonic on this. Somebody had asked for it. I probably did it in Shaw's room.
In Shaw's room, yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Big Kev were in this.
Yeah, well, this
He
thing's
jumped
going
out.
higher.
Yeah. I jumped out yesterday at 129, but it's looking like it wants to go further. I might have to jump back in.
Yeah, my target is January of 26, 139.09. And it's a 618 8181 with a 1 neutral and a harmonic. Nice double bottom here. W pattern from where I took my harmonic, my X to D, A to C. See, but we are pushing here. But the VIX still holding this fucking 100 day on the hourly. The Q.
On the Qs, like if we hit 517, we'll smack back down, try lows of the day again.
Q said 517. They're going to 518. Personally.
You want to see another beautiful chart that I've been pounding the table on? Sprouts Farmers Market, SFM.
They're live now.
Okay, yeah, let's listen to that instead.
I'm gonna get it on in a sec.
Listen to the ultimate gangster. That's what I think. He ain't the president. He's Al Capone.
I'll play it for you guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up. Talking about numbers this morning.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. So the income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really, very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be... Bro, this guy is so petty. You know what he's playing?
Yeah, he's playing the news.
CNBC from this morning.
Of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loaded up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fare. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month. Not bad. Not bad. Come on, guys. I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday, where the. Oops, you said that word, the tariffs. We got a pullback. Watch out.
Market's not happy.
I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And
Is it just me or Musk's black eye keeps getting
a man
bigger?
named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers could double and triple. Because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset of the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud, slash waste, and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started. In many cases, we've started. I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world. Those systems right now, they were horrible. What the previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and
once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer, and they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system, and it in never any cases from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts. And we'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, Doge canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. And the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City, $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. In Burma, does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account. And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental cause. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spend $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the Doge cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great big beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. Doge has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization. But we're taking that over with Doge. Many of the Doge people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as a special government employee. Can you imagine? We call him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, well, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, we were in, as you know, three really great countries, predominantly the three. Qatar was great, UAE was great, Saudi Arabia, incredible. What is like such an incredible experience to be in those three countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the leaders, the great leaders of the other two that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because that was one person who's respected. But there were two people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot, and we're doing really well. We came, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over.
I just drew a cheddar flow up in the nest.
Embarrassment.
SPY degens flip bullish, now targeting the 590 strike. Take a look at it.
The most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe that strongly. We have
Hold on, you said take a look at what?
Ukraine, we have attack on Israel.
I put in a nest. They just posted it at 208 cheddar flow. SPY 590s, 530s. So they took 590s for today.
Calls,
308
calls or puts? What are we talking about? You said
calls.
530s? What are the
Yeah,
530s?
no, not 530, 590s on SPY. 590s on SPY. It's not a lot. It's
Well,
sweep.
everything
It's
looks
300.
bullish. Everything looks bullish.
Yeah,
Meta has
yeah.
pumped, Microsoft, Apple. I mean, the DAP, IWM, everything's pumping currently right now. Also, about 5 minutes ago, I grabbed the Oklo $60 calls for next week. I'm expecting a bounce on that one. Not thinking about ELF anymore. That's way too oversold on the weekly, and I mean way too overbought on the weekly and daily and the weekly. So I want to see that kind of consolidate for a little bit. So I'm back on Oklo. Uh-oh, did I kill the space?
No. We were just listening to Trump.
No. I wanted you to listen to the play before I continued playing the interview, but I could go back and play it if you want me to. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no, it's up to y'all. I'm not doing anything. Obviously for next week.
Yeah, I just seen that pop up. I just wanted to make anybody aware of it, and that's why I drew it to the nest.
All right, I play this. I continue
I'm
playing this.
I'm not trading. I'm just hanging.
I'm listening to. If there's a play, just call it out, and I'll mute the mic.
We're waiting for the birthday cake. Actually, the going home cake.
Yeah, this sounds like a super Eli Glaze fest. I've never heard Trump glaze someone so much.
I just said to my wife, he might as well just blow him already.
Right? Because he's drooling
That was
all
my
on it.
theory why it took so long. They're just taking the lipstick off.
The luck on this is amazing. Large luck. Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days.
So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we will see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Like this incredible. I mean, it's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there. And we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold. And everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we're relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. So that's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right.
Great job.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room are the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I gotta check my Pulitzer.
I think it is.
It is.
I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then
Next
President
question.
Trump, I got one for President Trump. So President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it. It was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden was in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country.
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go?
Well, it's very hard, because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day, and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long, because they'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people, because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it, because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about, and who the hell signed this? So I almost never used the auto pen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly use the. Mr. President, the tariffs on China, you said that they violated the agreement with the U.S. Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, there's a violation.
Market is ripping.
Can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has?
When you say big Kev?
The market is pumping.
Yeah.
That, and I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal. And I think that could happen in the not too distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a
He
deal.
said they don't want to be blown up. Like if that
Bombs
isn't
dropped all
like
over the Middle East. That
escalation,
would
I
be a
don't know
great
what
thing.
is.
They can't have a nuclear weapon.
He's a Don, bro.
We want them. We want
He's a gangster.
We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the
Check
president.
out Oakland. Looking at Oakland. Check out Oakland. Just throwing that out there.
Going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies.
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, yeah, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Messer, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying, does each one of them make sense, or does it not make sense? Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just go work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money is being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with zero people using them. Zero. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them.
These Meta 640 calls that I took are up $200 a con.
That's everywhere in the puzzle.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by I think the official end of Doge, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year. of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to do so? Thank you, Mr. President. You had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process. Yeah. Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yes. So what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge, and so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if you know so any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. You know, a friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's nothing to do with us. Just as an example. So it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, yeah, including things that made no sense, and we would agree made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do try to, when someone within the government tries to stop that money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again. So was it worth it? I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. Yes. No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything, and they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I can tell you what they did wrong. I can tell you every one of their programs. When they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it.
Why are they
I
talking
think
about
that
P
people
Diddy?
have been very close to asking.
Yep.
First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. Um, he used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know, I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the big beautiful bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs on the big beautiful bill, or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man, what he's done in American life, has been so politicized?
Well, his life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication, it's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going, he's got a company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it, because North Carolina was literally became an island. It was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think, frankly, I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too. You know what? If he wasn't a good person, but he did the same things, I'd probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person who loves the country.
For one big, beautiful bill, you had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. You know, these are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just started. The bill is a great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved, you'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before. You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. You know, I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen. And she would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension. That she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error. He did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election. And to our benefit, we won anyway, but to our benefit. But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that. Her whole career, she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation. It's a very unfair situation. And she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What message do you like to send to international students? Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
The students, well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, you know, it's close to 31%. That's a lot. Our country has given $5 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time. Nobody knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants, make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days, we find another $100 million that was given. Last 2 days ago, we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rocket ships. Because, you know, somebody has to build those rocket ships. Yeah. And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent, and you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we
He's
need
talking
to
about
build
trade
these
schools.
rockets, robots,
Check out UTI daily. That's setting up for a nice bounce. Talking about money going straight
UTI.
up to UTI. Look at UTI.
blindfolded. They had an ability at that, and they did very well. They made a lot of money. You know, it's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that, and we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, what is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France, so. But
what does that mean?
No, I didn't notice this.
First lady of France.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I was just walking around with little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did? Yeah. X could do it. If you knew X.
I still his mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just walked around with the kids.
I didn't notice it actually.
President Trump, I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but
and by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines,
it's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin. Do you
and
Zelensky. Yeah. But do you look at this
very
conflict
Zelensky too.
any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So, I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, you know, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But you know, they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false, and you know, a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died. I saw things that I was surprised at. So
I also grabbed some volunteers 130s for next week.
People a week of being killed, mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be equal, pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for. And you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country. Many, many criminals poured into our country. Murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. You know, with all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that are bad, I solved inflation. I believe already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. That's one of the reasons they screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And you had tremendous inflation, the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard. They want people that are in jails. We have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? In business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him, but he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
It needs to stop. It's gone too far. Said
That was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs because, again, we have to be able to fight a fair fight with other countries. Howard, would you say we have to be able to use tariffs to fight people that use tariffs on us? I mean, if we didn't have that power of tariffs, we would economically be destroyed as a country because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us with unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that power away from us. And if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important on immigration that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they do. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them, because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen. And it's a terrible thing. That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. We know who they are. And we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
That tariffs may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad. And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories, and like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. I know all of the manufacturers will build their parts here too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and I gave them a little leeway on that. You know, gave them some leeway, but over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, the Don has spoken.
He has spoken. Anybody still holding that in BTS?
No, I'm not in that one.
Had a good run, but I think it's going to consolidate a bit before it goes to the upside again. I jumped into some MSTR calls for June 6th. MicroStrategy calls. I got the 385s.
And I grabbed Palantir 130s and Oklo 60s for next week.
Did you guys hear Trump comment on the meeting of Powell? I just saw like on the news wire that Powell meeting was good. I didn't hear anything about that. Those SPY degens have been having a good day today.
Yeah, they have.
To the tick.
They sure have.
I jumped into that on the upside. Made another 30%.
So far, I got Dell going into next week. I got Etsy, Oklo, and Palantir.
What did you grab in Palantir,
Dell
calls or puts?
puts. I got the call 130 calls for next week.
Let me see those. Those might actually be good.
Yeah, they had a good bounce on Palantir.
I'm still in those meta calls for 620 for July 20th. The 640 calls.
I jumped into MSTR because I saw a couple million in call options for June 6th come over. So there's one for...
I didn't see nothing that stuck out. I just seen how Palantir's chart was, setting up similar to Oklo's. So I had already grabbed the 60s for Oklo, so I just looked at a good strike to grab for Palantir.
Before the Trump press conference, I was going to tell you guys to take a look at Capital One, COF. I'm getting a buy signal on Capital One right now. Let's see the daily 1 hour. 193.54, 193.50 to the upside. 1 hour looks good.
Yeah, it bounced off of its 200-day moving average on the 1 hour.
Yeah. I might grab some of these. Hold on.
It might be the 200-hour moving average.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
3OF.
Yeah, that kind of getting me too.
COF 195.
Well, we're back in the opening range here on SPY. I like it to the upside continuation.
Did you hold your Monday puts, Kev?
Say what? What'd you say?
Are you holding your Monday puts?
Nah,
For
I cut those. I cut those as soon as it cleared that level I told you about, that 514.60. Like, I call those levels out for a reason.
My target for the upside, I'm in 521 for Monday, by the way. I didn't call that out or anything. My target is the top of the opening range. It's like 519.70-ish.
Come on, man.
I noticed today that big beautiful bill, the 3 Bs. It's like build back better. There must be something catchy about that.
George, you say you're bullish? You got SPY calls?
Just for a scalp up to the top of the opening range here. That's what I'm looking for.
Because I'm thinking it could possibly reject right here, like not go any higher.
I mean, if I zoom out a little and I look at the tops of the, like, there's definitely, like, we're up at the top of the channel going back like 2 or 3 days. I could see a reject here as well.
I'm not in anything. I'm just, this was support. This was support. This was previous support that got broken down, and this is a retest. This is the first retest of that support area for resistance. You see what I'm talking about from yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, we V bottomed off that yesterday.
Capital One is interesting.
I'll pull up some Sky Gamma.
Yeah, I'm looking at these 195s for Capital One. I got a couple of them, so let's see.
That's one of Bill's favorites.
Capital One.
Yeah, he knows banks pretty well, I think.
Well, if I'm looking on the chart, they look like they're reaching like a pivot point. At least on the
But
hourly.
yeah, George, as long as you keep this buying pressure going, you should be good.
Yeah, we've built up some positive gamma here at 520 and 519. So as long as that keeps building, I think which it should, if we keep moving up, that should keep building. I think we'll be good. But I'm not looking for a big move or anything, just trying to scalp this.
I'm gonna swing some Apple 205 calls for 620 as well. That's it for me for the day. I'm done buying.
That's why I said 3 hours ago.
Hey, when the set.
But if I'd have let you go, if I hadn't ashamed you in this stand, you know what I'm saying? You'd have missed so much money.
Yeah, I would have been pretty sad.
But didn't what I tell you was going to happen happen?
Yeah, you were right.
Like these are Fridays, bro. Like if you're gonna take any other day off, don't take Friday off because Friday the moves are exacerbated by the IV increase. And bro, it's Fridays.
Did I say SPY? I'm in queues, man. I don't know why I said SPY, but I'm like staring. Just have it. I
To be fair, the
I don't
chart's
trade cues that often.
exactly the
Yeah,
same
they
today.
are pretty much. But the numbers I was calling out, 520, 519, that's cues, and that's what I'm in. So sorry.
I figured that's what you meant. That's the only chart I've been looking at.
I don't know much about this ticker, Darden Restaurants, DRI. The chart looks pretty interesting. Apparently, they own Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, uh, Capital Grill, Eddie V's, Yard House, Seasons 52, Bahama Breeze.
They own Capital Grill, huh? That makes me think
Yeah, they
less of
own
Capital
Capital.
Grill, honestly.
Yeah, they own Capital Grill. So the chart looks pretty interesting right here.
Hey, I was able to sell my gold contracts. Look at that. Gold must have pumped. Instead
Oh,
of
this is
100%
a nice
loss,
monthly closeout
I
on
had a
DRI.
98%.
Congratulations, though, BB. Yeah, 98%. I'm not trying to short
No,
Yeah.
you on that.
90%, 98% loss.
Oh, that was a loss. I thought you said you won.
No, it's going to expire worthless. So I put a bid for 1 penny and I filled the contract.
Ah, man, yeah, don't share that shit.
You win some, you lose some.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, this DRI.
It might not be. It says 1 cent, but it might not be worthless. What's the mid price at for those contracts?
Oh, it was 100% loss this morning. It was due expired today. It was like 5. Let me see, what was that? My contract. I had 315 calls that expired today. I bought them last week, basically at the top.
Yeah, so you like this DRI, Kev?
Bro, it looks like all it does is go up.
I know. But people are spending apparently. So Olive Garden is the biggest part of their portfolio, but apparently people are still going to Olive Garden. I'm shocked.
That was gonna be my question: is who goes to Olive Garden still?
Yeah,
I haven't seen an Olive Garden in like
I know.
5 years.
Either that or people are spending a lot of money at the Capitol Grill and Eddie V's.
But those places like that, that's like they make their money on small towns.
Yeah,
Like you'll get an Olive Garden that's the center of town and it's
yep.
been there forever.
The only thing in town.
100%.
For our time.
I'm hoping we get
Yeah, man, I'm
snooze
still looking
hour.
at this DRI, man, trying to figure out how to play this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, those degens are going to get right to the tick 590.
I just closed my calls up 75%. I'm gonna take my money. Not playing anymore
Good
with
job.
this fucker.
I think SPY's going to bounce hard off of that 590.
So, you know, Friday, I don't think we're gonna get any more big moves here. Very
Yeah,
low
I hope not.
probability of that.
We had some pretty big moves in lunch. We had a pretty wild move day.
I don't know if anyone else has seen that, but it's something I like. Bitcoin doesn't ever seem to want to run on Fridays.
I don't watch it close enough.
So if it can clear and break that trend line resistance area, Georgie, then it's gonna just continue to run, and then I would be considering swinging calls into next week. But we get a rejection right here, and I'll be swinging puts in the next week, especially if we close below the 5 on the EMA. Talk about QQQ, but they might want to just hang it out right here though. In which case, I'll
So
do
yeah,
nothing.
we're at 589.50 and all the gammas at 589 and 590. So they might just wanna, it might just bounce around here between those two strikes. Uh, you know. I mean, SPY has like almost 10 times as much gamma as Qs. That's why I'm looking at SPY for gamma. So that's probably gonna decide where it goes. It's pushing though. I mean,
I think your assessment that's just going to bang around here is going to be right.
Those meta calls are up.
So remember when you said that Meta's looking bullish, and my response to that was probably about as bullish as Google. Hell, look
Uh,
at Etsy. Look at Etsy had a nice little bounce, looking like it's gonna go ahead and try to go.
what else? The ticker that you called out, Kev, UTI, getting a buy signal on that.
Yeah, I think that's gonna pump on Trump saying that he wants to divert that cash into trades.
Yeah. Let me see this chart. Chart is not a bad looking chart either. Bearish bear. Look at KO 1 hour.
Yeah, it looks nice. Check its gamma. Positioning, I see the next level at 75, but then there's a lot at 70. It's pinned right at 72.
Yeah, I'm in the 70s for 620.
I like your the COF Capital One. That chart looks future plays.
You know which other one looks good? Actually, really right now? Pull up PGR, Progressive Corp. Look at that chart.
Yeah, insurance company's doing great, man.
Yeah.
Just
It,
in
it
general.
yeah, it just look at that chart, man.
Oh,
This
look
is
at that bar, dude. That is
yeah.
nice.
This is one I have on my watch list too. I need to get back in this.
You waiting for a pullback on this? I mean, I came down to 250.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not much.
Dude, if you zoom out on that, man, it's like just
I
up and to
know.
the right for
Yeah, there's just
years.
Yep.
not much time to wait for a pullback, really.
That doesn't nobody really talks about insurance
Yeah.
companies.
So
Like, but
I was looking at PGR and Chubb, and I chose Chubb instead because I feel like this is one that Warren Buffett is trying to get back into. So that's why I jumped in Chubb, and the chart looked really good on Chubb as well. So I have I I'm in Chubb, but I have PGR on my watch list. But they both look good. Both charts look good.
Yeah, insurance companies are my favorites, man. It's, you can just buy insurance companies and just do something else with your
Yeah.
life.
is that
It-
you, UKR?
yeah,
Do,
it's me, Georgie.
do you
Hello.
do you know? So these insurance companies hold a lot of capital and reserve, right, to pay out, and they hold like treasuries and other long duration stuff. Would they benefit if rates came down? I'm not even sure. It seems like they would, but
What to be
if
inverse?
if yields
Uh,
came down, their capital would depreciate.
that I don't know, man. I mean,
If that's part of the fundamental analysis or not, I have no idea.
I think what his name? David Nikoski said that. I mean, the thing with insurance companies is they will always hike your premiums, right? So I mean,
They never
that
reduce them. Yeah. You have to
exactly right.
switch. You have to, so
Yeah,
dude, that's the thing, man. If you switch car insurance companies,
yeah.
that's the only way to get discounts. Like
Ah,
you should probably switch every, you know, 4 or 5 years just
yeah,
to lower your rate.
yeah. So I think that was the thing with insurance companies. I have a list with U.S. insurance companies. I can post it in the Nest. Otherwise, I play pretty much the European insurance companies like Allianz and those kind of stuff, right? So they are pretty much those are long term holdings. So yeah, a good call there, Bullbear, on insurance companies.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Yep.
Anything to
Yeah,
help you guys, man.
one segment to keep an eye on too is insurance companies, especially in that specialize in like corporate cyber attacks. or corporate insurance for I don't know what the term is. Let me look it up. But those have been growing quite a bit lately. Yeah, corporate insurance.
Yep, yep. Yeah, that I can think. Those those can be, long term plays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I wouldn't get options on them, but if you just want to stick it somewhere that's kind of guaranteed to grow.
Yep.
Oops, I was pumping. Sold too soon. Yeah, so that top of the opening range is 519.70-ish, 519.69, 68, something.
The other
Oh,
day.
it's moving?
I have some options on that I've just written off in my mind. Like I just assume
Oh,
they're zeros, but yeah, what are they, like 17 and change
I
still?
Remember
think
I
a lot
told you
of
they got.
people
Remember I
do.
told you
Yeah,
you got time, bro.
yeah, you got time, man.
I don't
yeah.
know, but
I
$22 time? No, I don't know.
man, I bought this,
Bro,
when I
it'll get there next week possibly if it can look. It's holding a weekly level. It's back above. Look, it never created a lower low. Just look at the chart, bro.
yeah.
All right, bringing it up right now.
Hmm.
Man,
I was
yeah,
playing
I
this
guess. Look, I
as a
mean, you
lotto.
could say it's a bear flag too, Kev. I don't know. I don't know. In my mind, I've already taken the L on this, so I'm probably not the right person to ask.
Yeah, I wasn't asking, bro. I actually like it. I mean, I'm looking at it when I tell people to look at shit. It ain't because I want their opinion on it. It's because I'm about to take a position in it, and I want them to see what I'm seeing. Look, and I say this with all due respect, but I don't care what anybody thinks about any chart.
No, let's see. Yeah.
Zscaler still looks pretty strong.
Yeah, did Zscaler have earnings? Yeah.
Remember the ticker PRCT? I think we charted that one with Joe. It's up 6%.
Biorobotics. Damn,
Yeah,
that's
that's on my
nice.
watch list.
Yep.
That one had
Percentage.
like a double bottom, didn't it?
Yep. Yep.
If it gets above 59.30, it's going to be in breakout.
Yeah. That will be interesting to watch.
The chop will be here to stay for June.
Yep.
Well, I didn't read the headline it came across on the wire, but what was it? Japan was saying, yeah, Japan's economy minister says Let me see. Difficult to agree to a deal if U.S. doesn't not agree to drop all tariffs, including reciprocal and auto tariffs. So no deal for Japan.
Okay.
Wall Street Journal is reporting that U.S.-China trade truce risk falling apart over rare earths.
That pretty much is.
So if you missed MP, check out antimony, UAMY.
UAMI.
Oh
United.
yeah.
MP pumped today. Trox is pumping. I mentioned that before. Yeah, UAMY is starting to pump. That was red this morning.
Well, some people the other day were saying that UAMY is a short, but I don't know.
Well, I think now with what's
If this reverses that, then cool.
next peak positive for UAMY is $5.
Dude, they just don't have the revenues to justify their market cap, but it's, it's just plain.
It seems like that $5 is mostly concentrated around the August 15th expiration date.
September 29th. Those meta calls are up 15%. The Capital One calls are up 10%. The Apple calls are up 10%.
Let's go.
That 58. Potential bearish metric that has been set over the last couple of days. We are looking officially bullish. If this can hold.
Interview with Trump, there was something that popped up on the screen that said he's talking at 5 about the X deal, the steel deal. So
Yeah.
be careful of that. So you might say something that pumps the market after close. So keep that in mind too.
So this is some more details on what's happening with the U.S.-China trade truce. Oh, something's popping. Trump now back scrapping debt ceiling, citing default risk. Okay, this is just more what we heard during the call. Never mind.
That means
Yeah,
more gold.
exactly.
The U.S.-China trade truce struck in Geneva is unraveling as China delays rare earth export license to find a key part of the deal. Beijing has agreed to resume exports in exchange for a 90-day tariff pause, but has since stalled approvals, prompting Trump and Greer to accuse China of violating the agreement. Oh, this is kind of tit for tat because tensions escalated after US ban on Huawei AI chips seen by Beijing as hostile. Are we breaking out?
Hey, anybody, if anybody gonna make any, and I just catch everybody else again in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, Frankie. We gotta move stops. Yeah, probably. Where's the buy here? 330 or 340? Yeah, 330s. I would have liked for them to defend 375, but put my stop at 320 on most of them. And I'll throw the rest down at 280. We got so close to printing a new high day. I mean, SPY and SPX did it. Yeah. You still got plenty of time. Yeah, that's why I'm looking at buying it now, which is crazy. They're running Cisco on Dan Niles' comments. I think they want to send this thing still. Right off the MA9 on SPY. All right, now send it. There we go. I go fill that gap. Come on, Rizzo, give me 440. Why not?
40. I mean, I'm taking 3 more off here into 400 and leaving 2.
And you're going to take one more off at 440.
No, 470. 470, and then I don't know. I just hold a 1 for fun, for shits and giggles.
Come on, 400.
I should have left an order in there at the 9.
There it is. I got it. Okay, come on.
400 filled.
410.
230
Gap fill.
points.
412 is the gap fill actually.
Boy, that's some move. Holy shit. Just slow and steady. Grind.
Made it a little too easy today.
I don't know if that was easy. When you purchased them, that was a ballsy purchase.
I should have bought with him the second shot at 175.
Yeah, that was the shot, 175.
The way he reads that volume profile and everything is it's another, it's a whole different level. I love it.
I was looking at the volume profile. I'm like, can we get all the way back up there? We did.
QQQ filled the gap, but maybe I'm stopping out.
That was the liquidity grab. Look at that shit. It's
That
always when
was
you're tired out.
that was the
I mean, I shorted the first one, but the second one I didn't.
that was the gap, the final gap fill. QQQ finally caught up. The video just touched view op for the first time, believe it or not. I'm not trying it, Frank. I think that may be it. They marked it up too early. Or we get a second shot at it.
20 minutes left. Mm. Come on, end the month. Dress it up a little. Go see Thursday's highs or some shit.
Well, that's the problem there. Did it too early. Oh boy. NVIDIA could not even get over VWAP during all this. Netflix new high. Oh, Apple just got smoked with some volume. Frank, did you sell it?
No, I didn't. I'm lining up some puts for next week.
Yeah.
I just can't. Puts next week.
No, I didn't sell it for sure. I didn't. I should have bought it.
That was
I
the other
should.
thought I had. That's why I just sat here. There's a chance that they push SPX under 05 for the close.
The puts are expensive. Ooh. This close to the close? Wow.
Yeah, what? Oh god, there's like 8.
05s are 750.
What, you gonna try? You got shorts on today?
No, I'm not doing it. They're too expensive. Which
Yeah,
means
these like it'd have to run up right here, and then you jump in these 05s.
I'd rather be in Tuesday puts.
Yeah, I'd really be in like June 20th. Buy some time. Oh, they already went from 750 to over 10, Frank. Still got you still got MOC in a couple months. Here's that push. You gotta assume it's a big buy, right, Frank?
I don't know. Maybe I would think so.
Rebalancing, pensions buying. I don't know.
Look at Nvidia. That's the key.
That's what doesn't make any sense. Microsoft's already getting hit with the volume here. Look. Who else? Amazon's still red. All right, 45 seconds.
I got my finger on the red and the green. I'm right in the middle. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't think I'd do anything. It's like, ugh.
There it is. Uh oh, Microsoft's getting smoked. Holy shit. Palantir's a $8 million share buys on Palantir.
What's the net
Come
buy?
on.
It's a big buy, huh?
Do we get stopped up the last two, 320, or can we see 470?
Microsoft's a big sell side. Tesla's a big sell side. None of the Mag 7 names are on here. It's actually a small MOC imbalance. It's only 255 on NASDAQ negative sell side. It's a net sell side. A lot of Mag 7 being sold. I got those 05s loaded. SPX.
I bought puts Tuesday.
Apple's popping. Tesla's getting smoked. They're selling all the Mag 7 right here. Come on. That was a really small total.
Man, give us 470.
I think it's going to give you 370. Got it.
Close at
I
270.
just
As
fucked.
long as we just closed above 230s, 240s, I'm happy. It's phenomenal. Probably try to get bid there next week if it see it come down. Um, probably continue pushing it above. We're looking to push it above 375. Well, either stops me out at 320 or maybe go see 470. Since I don't have the MNQs anymore, I'll close one regardless of where we are at the close and then just hold one.
Oh, come on, SPX, drop it. The video is down. Gonna break even. There we go. Uh,
Oh, and the 5-minute rig, the little reverse. Buying up Mag 7 again. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
they held that 05 to the freaking tick.
470.
There's your
Big
new high of
enough.
day. Tesla getting smoked.
What's Fitch saying now?
Yeah. 8 U.S. issuer defaults across 7 sectors in April. Frank's gonna sell this right when the bell rings.
Close enough to just give me. I got mine sitting at 460. Probably get for 10 points.
Nope, they're gonna close it at 5. 2 minutes.
Apple, dude, squeezed. Almost 202.
Big pop on Apple, Microsoft. There it goes. Meta going. Broadcom going. Google's going.
Tesla's the only one that tanked and stayed down.
Nvidia didn't budge.
How's that crude position doing? About 70 ticks per contract. Decent place to be swing long, I think, on crude. It is scary swinging crude sometimes, especially over the weekend. Even indexes for that matter, but I think I'm light enough size on those. Unless crude goes negative, I'll be okay.
Oh, I'm coming back.
Well, well.
Come on, drop it, drop it, drop it. 30 seconds. Not dropping fast enough. They're gonna close it right over. Piece of shit.
All right, I'm gonna close one more here. Just leave one. Leave the stop at 320. Maybe it gets filled after.
Where do they close at? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, you're right. Closed at 370s. All right.
They closed SPX at
Phenomenal.
06. Damn it.
Absolutely phenomenal session. Glad we pushed it where we wanted to, or where we needed to. Yeah, I think everyone ate for the most part, but I went to a buffet. Sorry.
All right, Spaces crew. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Short week. I forgot it was even a short week at this point. A short week felt long. All right, we're shutting her down. A lot of the Wolf crew traveling. We'll be back in full force on Monday. Frank, Rizzo, hanging out with me
Have a
here till
good
the
one,
end.
guys.
Talk to you guys over the weekend, I'm sure. Y'all take
Sounds
care.
good.
Appreciate everyone
Enjoy.
tuning in, and we'll